You think I'm an ignorant savage, and you've been so many places, I guess it must be so. But still I cannot see if the savage one is me. How can there be so much that you don't know? You don't know. You think you own whatever land you land on. The earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew, you never knew. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, or asked the breeding bobcat why he grinned? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest. Come taste the sun-sweet berries of the earth. Come roll in all the riches all around you, and for once never wonder what they're worth. The rainstorm and the river are my brothers. The heron and the otter are my friends, and we're all connected to each other in a circle, in a hoop that never ends. How high does the sycamore grow? If you cut it down, you will never know. And you never hear the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, or whether we are white or copper skin. We need to sing with all the voices of the mountains. We need to paint with all the colors of the wind. You can own the earth and still all you'll own is other till you can fight. With the colors of the wind, the
sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. The air and water flowing hard, the land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming, feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. And we all lift, and we're all adrift together, through the cold mist, till we're lifeless together.
Conscience clear and unburdened. Give.
Blind in the deepest night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless. Far in the distance,
My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? This person, Aska, Sprodman, Spinkle, Cobalt, Swiftpaw, Jazz Dogs. Wait, I already said Aska, but I'll say Aska again. Intentions Nasty, Sculzy, Punk Corpse, Semicolon, or Semi-Locon, actually. Sophie, Mistress Lynn, Lauren X Pandemis, Furcifer, Baphomet. Dokai Bling, Zoomy Deer, Billy Wong, Softest Leftist Yasmin, Uncle Gumball, Vor Buddy, Token Brazilian Vines Twos, Benifer the Potato, Somniostatic, Proud Platypus, Monkey Pocky Cotton D-Pad, Bill Portley, Draco System, Xerox 13 Stir, Queen Laura, Emerald Queen, Pimple Cakes, Electo, Kitty Kada, Violence, Sound Judgment, Nuts, Louie Boy, Fun Bun, and from the YouTube, oh, Pickle and Croissant, Fish Sneeze, Big Boy, Gate Bash. Actually, I think we got everybody in this chat. Yeah, you got here just in time, Louie Boy. Ryan Phoenix, Pop-Up Renown, Vulgar Flamingo, Eddie, Theos, Neb, Sunny Joe, Ryan Phoenix, Tiffany Neat, Good for Gabby, Lauren Walker, Lillian, Trickster Jackal, Rhodes, Ink Frog, Paul M, Bree, Undead Banana, Tiffany Neat, Liliana Kitten, Espen M, Fallen 8-Bit Otaku, Coke Wilson, Kawhi Edgelord, Stevie Blunder, Chaos Lab, Corey Lean, Darknut, Valhalla's Daughter, Microplastics, David, Alberto T, Leanne Scott, Gerald 247 Banana, Razor Fringe 2. I think we literally got everybody. I don't think there's a single Carbon Coal, just to be sure. SMG Hottie, Tarakasama, The Elder Zeus, Alberto T again, Q-Stick, Luna, Arlox. Don't be sad at me. I read you like 3 times, Uncle Gumball. Don't whine at me. Evie the Purple. I did. I read Uncle Gumball like 6 times. Jesus, you people. So greedy for the mentions. Christ. Political Observer, welcome to chat. Arden Rose, Ron's KFC, in league with Satan. You want to see this? Watch this. Yeah. Sick, huh? Thank you very much, Pickle and Croissant. Thank you, softest leftist. I feel like you deserve this for rattling off that many names. How many breaths did you take? I don't count anymore. Breath is for the weak. Arlo. Oh, okay. Welcome, my lovely, lovely imps. Thank you for being here today. But before we get started, watch this. You can see me push it in real time. Do it! Press the like button, god damn it! Give me those likes. We have 182 people here. If all of you like right now, we'll have 650 viewers by the end of the stream. No doubt. Okay? Listen, those early likes, an early like is basically, okay, you guys ever watch like a rocket take off into space? You know how they have those little boosters that go and then they drop off so they can get further? That's what an early like is. It's like the afterburner going boom and firing and shooting you up into space out of the gravity. After that, they're still important, but the early likes are the most important of all. And I'd like to get 666 viewers today. We have a very fun stream ahead. We really do. Let's see, we got to talk about the man who is afraid of deer, Hunter Avallone, which is ironic. It's ironic that his name is Hunter and he has a huge problem with deer, isn't it? Specifically deer gender. But we're going to talk about that as we get into it today. We also are going to be reacting to a video released by Keffals today. There is some drama in lefty spaces. There is some drama between Keffals and Badbunny, now known as KiraChats, or at least, you know, a lot of people still refer to her as Badbunny because she was Badbunny online for so long, and so much of her stuff is published under that name still. But regardless, we're going to be talking about that. And we are also going to be talking about a dreadful loss in the culture war. That's right, everybody. The left is losing the culture war. We lost our champions today. Fallen heroes. We'll talk about that. We'll do a little, we'll make sure we pay the due honor to the fallen heroes in the culture war. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's rough. I hope you all have been doing good. Yesterday, I watched a movie called The Banshees of Inisherin. Let me show you the movie cover, okay? It's a really fucking good movie. I highly recommend it. It's brand new. Let me show you the cover of the movie, okay? Actually, the cover might make you more confused, but it's honestly, here we go. Actually, this cover looks pretty fucking good, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, let me just bring it up. Come on, let me just bring it up. Come on, let me just bring the image up. Come on, don't let me do this stupid fucking linking crap. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Here we go. Why did they do this? Here you go. Here's the cover of the movie. Look at that. Look at that. The Banshees of Inisherin. And there's a dog, and there's these two guys, and it says everything was fine yesterday. What the dog doing? Yeah. It's a good-ass movie. It's a fucking really good movie. Is the dog okay? I can't tell you because the dog is an important part of the movie. And anyway, The Banshees of Inisherin is a movie about a a tiny Irish island community in the middle of the Irish of the Irish Civil War, and it is very, very good. It's a very strange movie in some ways. It's also a very funny movie with extremely dark humor. It has like the darkest humor around. But Jesus Christ, it's fucking good. It's a really, really good movie. The performances are phenomenal. It is the cinematography is breathtakingly good. It's got a lot of these huge landscape shots, these sort of like melancholy landscape shots of rural Ireland. It's absolutely incredible. And I have to say, I recommend it a lot. I don't want to spoil it too much. It's basically a story about two friends who have a falling out of sorts in a very small town, and their falling out basically changes everything in the town. Just these two random guys who happen to fall out in a small town, and it kind of changes everything. And it's very, very interesting. It's very, very good. Yeah, I know. People who've seen the movie are making funny faces in chat, but we're talking about the movie, The Banshees of Inisherin. It's a new movie. I believe it came out literally this month, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been last month that it came out. Let me double check. Let me just double check. Yeah, it released. Oh yeah, it released at the end of last year, the very tail end of last year. So release date was October 21. Oh, actually, yeah, so late October. So it's like, it's been out for like 2 months. But seriously, go see it. You will not regret it. It is a solid 2-hour long movie. It's a nice, healthy length. It's not too long of a movie. It doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's beautiful. It's a feast for the eyes and the ears. And unfortunately, it is an emotionally painful movie in some ways. But what movie doesn't come with some level of emotional pain, huh? Is it sad? It is sad. It's a sad movie, but it's also funny. So like, it's sad while making you laugh. You will be laughing throughout the whole film, even all the way to the end, because it goes so far. But yeah, is it gay? Not really. Well, maybe a little bit, maybe just a tiny bit, but it's like, it's actually like, it's not really a gay movie, but it's a little bit, maybe just a tiny bit. Does the dog die? No, does the dog die? The dog dying thing is like is like a warning for all content that I talk about that has dogs in it. What do you know about Ireland? Is it a based country? Because I barely ever hear about it, though it feels kind of important. There's no such thing as a based country, okay? But Ireland has a fascinating history. The Irish people have a fascinating history. And I highly recommend learning everything that you can about the history of Ireland, because it's very relevant. You see, Ireland was, how do I even describe it? Ireland was forcibly taken over by the English and colonized. So even though nowadays you look at Ireland and you think, oh, that's a part of the, that's a part of the UK, right? Well, yes, it technically is part of the UK, but not with, they didn't go down without a fight. Let's put it that way. There has been a lot of, Ireland is a surprisingly war-torn place, and a lot of people don't know about that history. I mean, I'm talking through like the 18 and 1900s, like recent, relatively, speaking in the history of the world, recently, all the way up until the 80s. I mean, there was a active resistance, an Irish resistance to the English that was strong and ongoing all the way into the 80s. Some even say that it's still going on now. Yes, Catholics who lived in Northern Ireland got genocided. Not basically, they just were genocided, yes. Yeah. Yes, of course. So it's been let's just say Ireland has a very spicy and fascinating history. If you're interested in urban insurrection or 20th century insurrection, Ireland is a very good place to read about a lot of that because it's wild. When I'm talking about that, I mean like cities were turned into war zones as a result of the insane oppression output by England onto the Irish, specifically Irish Catholics. Oh, yes. Philly Wonk, all organizations inevitably will become lame. That's just how it goes. Orgs have to be, eventually they wear out, just like people, as it turns out. But yes, there's a 1,000 different factions, etc., etc. It doesn't matter. Learn about the history. There you go. I thought only North Ireland was part of the UK. Yes, it's true. Only North Ireland is part of the UK. However, what's it called? Ireland, yeah, North Ireland is the only part of Ireland that's technically part of the UK. But that doesn't mean that it's the only part that was affected by the by everything that happened. Yeah. So anyway, interestingly, the movie The Banshees of Inisherin, even you actually see sections of the war throughout the movie, but it's not, it's about the war, but it's not explicitly about the war. In fact, like all of the characters are just basically politically disconnected. But that doesn't mean that there's not like political messages in it, which is a good thing because movies always have a political message to some degree or another. Anyway, yeah, check it out. Check it out. Banshees of Inisherin. It's a really good movie. I watched it last night and had a fantastic time. Hello, Emu Anon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is the official name of the British state. Yeah. Yamero, get your politics out of my media. Here, I'll type it in chat so you all can do it. The Banshees of Inisherin. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. I hope you all enjoy it. By the way, we have a lot more people here. Look at that. It's been like literally 10 minutes of me talking and we have over 300 viewers already. So if you are here and you haven't liked the stream, like it. The early likes literally launch us up in numbers every single time. The people who were just here for the last time that I asked for the likes got to see in real time the numbers literally double before our eyes. So if you're here, smack that like button. We'll get a lot more people in and it'll be an even more fun stream. The more people that come in, the more likelihood that somebody wants to debate, or the greater likelihood that somebody sends me a funny link, and the greater likelihood that you make a friend, which is the most important part. Did you know that it's possible to make friends on the internet, and then you can connect off the internet and become real friends? Did you know that? Holy moly. Incredible. I know, people don't believe it. A greater likelihood of random events with a 0 to 99 randomizer? What? You smacked the like button and now my screen is broken? Oh, I'm so sorry, Star Panda. I'm so very sorry. I'm just learning this for the first time just now. Wow. Who has friends? Lots of people. Talking about debates, would you ever talk to Hunter Avallone? I would gladly talk to Hunter Avallone. We'll see if he wants to talk to me. But we're gonna talk about Hunter Avallone today because he's done plenty of that. I'll give you the whole history, okay? I'm telling you, we have a lot to talk about today. It's gonna be spicy wicey. Let's put it that way, okay? Yeah. Make friends. OPSEC is better with people to watch for patrols. True. Striped Kidder says, Demon Mama, I know the chat is memeing around, but genuinely I have found not only camaraderie, but I've been inspired to join a queer friend group and got back into academia. You've fostered a very good community here. Thank you very much, Striped Kidder, and thank you for being a part of it. Seriously. One of the things I have tried to do since the moment I began my stream was ensure that everybody can be warm, cozy, and that my spaces can be a foundation upon which people can start to build friendships, which they should then continue to build outside of my community. You know, it's like a garden or like a forest, you know? You're like planting plants and trees and you're making little benches out of wood so that people can sit, and there's like nice water, and you're making sure all the fish have all the food that they need, and then people come in, and then the forest grows and it grows out and it becomes a giant forest. It's amazing. Forest, where's the deer? Well, I think the deer is downstairs actually right now playing video games, but you know. How I know it's a forest with no deer on the screen? Fine. Fine, hold on. Yeah, I'm bringing the deer. I'm bringing the deer. I'll send the message. I'll read the message. Also, Somniostatic with the gifted 5 tier 1 subs, my first meme. All right, I'll take a look at it. Look, deer! Say hello, deer. I've used the term incubator for your community many times, even with you. It is an incubator. We hatch the eggs. That's how we do it. Look, see, now they believe me that it's a forest. They said, everybody. Well, I don't see a deer on the screen. How can you be growing a forest on your Discord, metaphorically, if there's not a deer? But now there's a deer on the screen, okay? Look at the chat. They love you. They love you.
They're sweet.
I think they love you more than they love me, actually.
No, I don't think so.
I think they do. I think they love you more than they love me, which is cool because you are more lovable than me in general. I have a mean streak. I have sharp teeth and a scary tongue. See? I'm scary.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. You're not scared, but that's because I've trained you well.
I love you.
Love you. All right, let's look at this meme real quick. This looks based. Chud Logic is so cringe. His editor is a Nazi. DK editing. This is amazing. This is incredible. Ah, amazing. Somniostatic, genuinely incredible. Absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it. You guys, so for those who aren't fully understanding what is being said here, the last stream, there was a little bit of a tussle, okay? There was just a tiny bit of a tussle between me and the editor of a similarly sized channel named Chud Logic. And just a little one. It was very funny. And it did not go well, okay? It did not go well for the poor sap fucking DK edits, okay? Just literally, he was live malding. He was live tweeting and screeching. And also, I happened to receive some juicy tidbits from the Chud Logic Discord. The Chud Logic Discord was very funny to witness. It was very funny. He was very, very angry. I'll put it that way. He was sort of doing the whole, like, don't put in the papers. Don't you dare put in the papers that I was angry. I did not get angry. I'm not angry. I'm not crying. And then he tried to post some stats. It was super funny. Can I find the actual, I think I can find it. Hold on. I want to show you this tweet. Oh my God, it made me laugh so hard. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked it. Let me see. God, it made me laugh so hard. Yeah, here we go. Here's the one. Okay. Hold on, let me find, I want to find this the original thread I was thinking of, because God, it's so fucking funny. No, it's here somewhere. The one. Oh, okay. No, one of them was from White Nervosa. And then the other one was right here, which I'll show you in just a second. Whoa! Okay, so here's this one. Okay, this is funny, all right? 2 months ago, Chud Logic claimed being called a groomer only makes you stronger. Well, I guess that means him and his Nazi editor are just making Xander Hall and Demon Mama more powerful. Also, this guy looked dead in the camera and said his 20K sub channel is a media empire. Looks like he might have jumped the gun a little bit. Boop. So here's his subs, right? Here we go as we approach January and December 2022, January 2023. Xanderhall's having his best month since 2020. Demon Mama having her best month since 2021. Woo! Damn, those numbers, whoopsies. Whoops, maybe he jumped the gun. Maybe he jumped the gun on breaking out those numbers all of a sudden. Let me see if I can find the White Nervosa one, which was super funny. I think it's literally like the last tweet that was done. Yeah, here we go. This one's really funny. Here we go, look at this. I just put on my glasses for this, but it seems that there's a severe downturn recently. Perhaps you mean that you started working for ChudLogic within this year, in which case I understand. But otherwise, you're terrible at what you do, and you're only known for being a dumpster fire personified. Then we have down here a story in 4 parts. Oh, this is not the image I was thinking of. I'm looking for. There's an image that White Nervosa posted. Where's the fucking one? I need it. Where's the one? Where's the one with the numbers? Oh, it's not there. Oh, where did it go? It must not have been from White Nervosa. There was this one where she zoomed in super close, and it was literally fucking DK had drawn like an arrow to Chud and literally was pointing at the part where the numbers started to turn down. It's so unfortunate. Like I said at the end of last stream, like, it's just sad is what it is. It's just fucking sad. All right, that's all. I don't really have anything else to say. And honestly, most of my beef is not with ChudLogic himself. ChudLogic doesn't actually say all that much about me. He just lets his, actually, I don't know. I never watched his video calling me a liar about Shoe on Head. I probably should probably should review that at some point. But yeah. Whatever. ChudLogic's editor is a joke of a human being. All he does is scream on the internet about fucking people killing themselves. Oh, go kill yourself, go kill yourself. That's all that he really does. And then he puts out these absolutely atrocious thumbnails, which I talked about last time, so you can go watch that. Extra react? Nah, I gotta keep my react at a reasonable level. Also, some of you may be noticing I left the tree up. I decided to leave the tree up for one more stream, even though it's definitely got to go soon, because it's drying out. But I just didn't have time to schedule in the reconstruction of the stream because there's just so much to talk about. So we all get an extra day with the beautiful Christmas tree. Yeah, so this is going to be a banger stream. Oh, you fucking know it. The Dark Canuck says, Chud is lighting fires all over. The DK shit has been going on for a long time. I wish I could describe it as fires, but I described it last stream that like ChudLogic is now in the position of basically having to follow his own editor around, scooping up the shits that he leaves on the floor, as if like, you know, like his editor is basically like a poorly trained, maybe even rabid dog that just keeps shitting all over the floor. And then ChudLogic's just like, oh, well, I better clean that up then. Yep, better scoop that one up. Oh, sorry, everybody. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to see. Yeah, oh yeah, and it was really funny. DK's girlfriend actually showed up in chat and was malding in chat, and I didn't even realize. I didn't even notice until after the stream. It was super fucking hilarious. She was like, yeah, DK has Chud and his Chud's kids tied up in a basement. That's right. Lol. I'm like, you know you're coping when you get to the point that like your girlfriend is going into the chat and trying to troll for you while you post the N-word literally on Twitter. I'm not kidding you. He got so bothered that he posted the N-word. And let me just tell you, DK is not black, okay? He's a white guy. He's really, really white. So, you know, it's all been very interesting. How do these people find partners? Well, there's somebody out there for everyone. Take hope in it. There you go. There we go, unmuted. I work at a hospital and our union is helping us to go on strike because the company wants to lower our pay and take our benefits. Some people are hesitant to do it because they feel bad for the patients. What would you say to them? That's actually a pretty easy one. First of all, hospitals and nurses unions have a history of striking in a unique manner such that the patients themselves are impacted as least as possible, whereas the hospital is impacted the most. I can't claim to know all of the nitty-gritty of it. However, I was present for a major nursing strike at a previous job that I worked at, and the patients were barely affected by it, if at all. It was basically what the way that they took control was the nurses just refused to obey the hospital schedule and instead set their own schedule based on the needs of the patients, and that was it. They didn't do any extra tasks than they were supposed to. They didn't take on any extra work. And nurses unions have a long history of tactics for this, so don't worry. The patients are never going to be neglected in that regard unless the hospital is failing so hard that the patients are already being neglected. And keep in mind that the last thing that you want is overworked nurses taking care of people. It is the best thing possible for nurses to be in the best working condition that they can possibly be in. Nurses that are overtired, overworked, getting sick on the job become dangerous. It's not a good thing for patients. Hospitals do this because most hospitals are fucking private hospitals that are making money off of sick people. And as a result, nurses get squeezed, as all workers do, because these are for-profit entities. And sick, tired, overworked nurses are not going to give as good care. That is going to be what actually puts patients in danger. So don't you worry about it. Straight up, if your union is calling for a strike, if your union is trying to get ready, fucking support that shit, go as far as you need to for it, and make sure that things get set up correctly, because in the long run, it will save lives. Yasmin says, I can confirm I was in a hospital that was striking for a while as a patient. I got better care while the strike was happening, weirdly enough, because the nurses weren't tired as shit because they were getting all the rest that they needed. Yes, nurses' strikes are constructed in such a way that it's basically the nurses refusing to comply with the hospital schedule and building their own schedule, is the simple way of putting it. Felsin Forma says, the previous topic reminds me tangentially, how would you feel about someone making a clip channel kind of like Thermia or something? I would be 100% okay with that. So long as you make sure I'm credited, and so long as you make sure you link to my stuff, go for it. Clip channels are fucking awesome. They're funny. They're awesome. As long as I'm being credited, I'm 100% fine with that. Go for it. And I don't even care. You can even monetize it. I don't care. Go for it. The only thing I don't want you to do is, you know, like sell fake merch. Just don't do that, please. That would not be nice. Yeah, so do it. Go for it, please. Yeah, we used to have a small clip channel that made some incredible clips. It was called Tragic Hero. Yeah, Tragic Hero Tragic Hero hasn't been active for a while, unfortunately. I hope they're doing okay. I'm sure they are. People get interested in things and then, whatever. Yeah, so. Yeah, so. The Demon Mama clip industrial complex begins. Okay, can I just talk about something real quick? Yes, I can. Shorts, YouTube shorts. We are trying to get out as many YouTube shorts as possible. Unfortunately, I am not practiced at super short form content. As you all know, I'm a long streamer. I like to take my time explaining my ideas, and I like to make sure that I get all the details out so that I feel comfortable with it. However, I'm trying to get better at it. YouTube clips is completely overrun with conservatives right now. I mean, completely overrun. Joe Rogan, of course, but then you have Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, fucking 100 different wellness esoteric guys who are talking about misogyny, 1 million red pillars. It is actually terrible. Doe has been running an experiment where where it literally skips every single video. Every single video that is like super right-wing, it will delete right-wing videos from its watch history if it sees them. It will literally say, do not recommend this channel, do not, you know, I don't like this stuff, don't show me any more of this. It doesn't matter. You still get Matt Walsh, Daily Wire, Daily fucking Caller, you still get Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, all of that crap, just a fire hose of this crap. And so we need to step up our game. I need to step up my game, basically. And I'm hoping to do that. Yeah. I got to do some shorts. I've been thinking, guys, okay, so I've been thinking, hold on a second. I've been wanting to do one of those, you guys have seen those COVID videos going around? Hold on, here. Maybe somebody can make this, okay? Hold on. Guys, hold on, here we go. Everybody, I just went to the hospital. And I got my COVID shot. And ever since then, I've been having these, oh my God, it's coming again. I can't do it anymore. I've got the COVID shakes. It's ruining my life. Fauci, I'll get you.
Here we go.
There you go, everybody. There, I did it. Now somebody can, Jazz Dog, if you want to turn that into a little thing, there you go. That's probably too short. See, that's the problem. The bits that I do are way too fucking short. They're either too short or too long. I got the Fauci ouchie and I turned into the hamster dance, guys. Hold on, actually though, I want to do mental damage to you real quick. Hold on. Here we go. You guys remember this? Hold on, let me just show you, okay? Ready? Hold on, I need to show you this real quick, okay? Watch this, okay? Here you go.
Here we go.
So this was from 2011. So some of you here might have only just been born, the Zoomers in the audience, but holy fucking shit. It was mental damage at the time, and I just remembered it. It was like a Halo. It started as a Halo commercial kind of thing, like a really crappy looking like Halo or Crisis. It was like cribbing from a bunch of games at the time. And then just out of nowhere, this fucking shitty ass square car drives up and these horrible hamster abominations jump out. Now you have to remember that like, oh, I don't know. The Kia Soul was never fucking cool. The hamster dance was popular in like the early 90s. The hamster dance has not been a thing forever, and this was in 2011, not 2001, 2011. It was like almost 20 years too late. Sorry, late 90s, sorry, late 90s. It was a Kia commercial? Yeah, it was a Kia commercial. Just genuinely nightmarish. Yeah, it was during a Super Bowl. Yeah, it was a fucking Super Bowl ad. Actually wild. It was cringe far ahead of its time. Yeah, it had maximized a certain level of cringe. God, oh my God, oh my God, this is gonna be so wild. Oh, I can't wait to talk to you about the M&Ms. Fuck, I can't wait to do that. But we have to do the Hunter Avallone stuff first, okay? Wait, what? What, Alexandra? Imagine spending millions of dollars for those shitty hamsters. Like, again, if there's anything that shows you that like that like capitalism is complete and utter bullshit, it's the fact that people can pay millions and millions of dollars not just to create, but then to play this to an audience, and fucking it didn't land to anybody. Do you think anybody bought a fucking Kia Soul because they saw the hamsters dancing with the Crisis robots? Just like, what a terrible concoction of ideas. They paid millions for that. Millions of dollars. there are, with that type of money, there's like, you could take like 15 people from my audience and they would be set for fucking life for the amount that it costs to run one shitty hamster ad about a box car. Terrible. No, see, Crazy Frog isn't even as bad. And the reason why is that Crazy Frog was just some dude having fun. That was just a guy doing a thing. This is like a cynical, it is an ad. That is an ad. An ad with a, like, at that time, like, 15-year-old meme. Oh, it's so bad. Okay, you guys want some more psychic damage? Oh, Ozempic! You guys know about that? Do you all know that one? Oh, Ozempic! I can't even do it. I don't even have the range for that. So, fun fact, okay? Do you guys want to know a fun fact? There's a reason why I'm talking about this. The Ozempic song, which is like, it's an earworm. It's the most evil earworm ever. You all, I know this is gonna happen. Now that hold on, can I just play the actual Ozempic thing so you can hear the actual one? Hold on, here we go.
People with type 2 diabetes.
There we go, right there, that's it.
People with type 2 diabetes.
Ozempic! Okay, so you're gonna have that stuck in your head, and I need you to understand, people are currently like dying from Ozempic right now. And the reason why is that it's a drug designed to help you control your blood sugar, but it has gotten incredibly popular as a off-label weight loss drug. It has been pushed by all kinds of weight loss gurus. People are like, get Ozempic. Ozempic will really help you lose weight. It'll help you lose so much weight. But there's a couple of problems, which is that one, Ozempic has an absolute fuckload of side effects. In fact, if you watch that Ozempic commercial, 75% of the commercial is listing the side effects of Ozempic because it is it is like a drug to help you if you are seriously struggling with diabetes. It is not designed to be a dieting drug, but people are using it. Like if you go and search Ozempic in the news right now, I'm not kidding you. Watch, we'll do it right now, here. Watch, we'll just do it live, here. Okay, ready? Here you go. Look down here. 3 days ago, Houston patients struggle to find Ozempic as popularity for weight loss drug. Is Ozempic really a wonder drug for weight loss? New weight loss drugs trending with billionaires and celebrities. People are using this in like the worst way imaginable, and they're making it so that diabetic people can't actually get the drug, and it's also fucking killing them. The side effects are like really severe. You're not supposed to use it for like a long period of time, but people are using it instead of just like dieting and exercising or being okay with being a little bit overweight. It's actually crazy. And anyway, it's funny just because I remember I saw Ozempic in the news and immediately that stupid jingle, Ozempic, came back into my head again. And it's just like, America is so fucked up. Oh my God. Oh, there was another thing I was gonna say about it. Yeah, they're using it as a dating drug. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Also, when you stop taking Ozempic, people gain all the weight back that they lost and more. Almost no one actually keeps the weight that they lost off. When they end up having to go off Ozempic eventually. You can't stay on Ozempic. It's not like a supplement. You can't keep taking it forever. It will kill you eventually. But like people just, they take it to lose weight and then they immediately just balloon back up. And unfortunately that creates the like yo-yoing effect. So they lose a whole bunch of weight, then they gain a whole bunch of weight, then they gain even more weight, then usually they go and lose more weight, and that's horrible for your organs. Yo-yo dieting is like one of the worst things you can do to your body. I know firsthand. I used to be, part of the reason you guys know on my stream, I talk about fat phobia, I talk about dieting culture, I talk about how horrible people are in America about weight. Part of the reason why I do that is because when I was younger, specifically before I had left the cult that I grew up in, there was this, like, I was not a fat kid. I was mildly overweight, and I had been like ruthlessly mocked my entire life for being fat. And I had been encouraged to diet so many times that I had developed I wouldn't call it an eating disorder, although it probably would qualify as some form of an eating disorder. But basically, I would yo-yo diet. I would diet really, really hard, lose a whole bunch of weight. Then I would get depressed because the dieting was really, really difficult. Then I would gain the weight back, and then I would feel really, really bad. So I would force myself to diet really hard again. And it actually destroyed one of my organs. I've talked about this before, but yeah, I had to get an organ removed almost directly because of the unhealthy diets that I got into in my early 20s. Absolutely sucks. Happens to a lot of people. My gallbladder. I was on keto for like 2 years straight when that was like a fad, because I had like sort of just started. I had just started leaving the like super abusive environment that I was in, and I was like, I need to lose weight because otherwise, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then I went on keto for like 2 years, and it destroyed my gallbladder to the point that I had to have it removed. Like, as in, when I say that it destroyed my gallbladder, I mean for 6 months of my life at least, I was having some of the worst pain you can imagine, organ pain, on a daily basis while they were trying to figure out what was wrong, and then while I was waiting to get into surgery. I would wake up in the morning at 4 or 5 a.m. every day without any questions, basically no matter what I did, with what felt like, it basically felt like there was someone's hand reaching into my abdomen and just squeezing as hard as it could on my organ. And that would last for like anywhere. At first, it only would last for like 30 minutes to an hour, where every morning I would wake up with this horrible pain, and then you know, I would get on with my day and maybe even go to sleep if I could. And then it got to the point where it would happen multiple times a day until I had to have my gallbladder surgically removed. You have to be very, very fucking careful. VM Draco, was this a common thing that happened to others on the diet, or specific just to you? Because that shit is still on grocery store shelves. It's actually remarkably common with high fat diets, and keto is the highest fat diet you can possibly do. The reason for this, I know I'm going into like a big science-y explanation now, but hey, may as well educate you, right? Everybody comes here to learn one thing. Your gallbladder, okay, so your gallbladder holds a liquid in it called sometimes called bile, that basically it holds it in one place, and this stuff is very, very corrosive. Okay, so it has a special little organ that it's held in, and this stuff helps your body digest fat. So if you are constantly eating fat, like a lot of fat, your gallbladder is constantly dumping this bile into your body. It's like squirting it into your tummy so that it can digest the fat. And this overworks your gallbladder over time. And your gallbladder will form stones. Every single person in the entire planet probably has a gallstone. Bile is very rich in minerals, and as a result, it's very likely that you will get stones. And if you have a really high fat diet, you will get a lot of stones. And you can get a lot of gallstones to the degree that basically your gallbladder can't move without hurting itself. So it will try to do its job, and it will basically be moving around a bunch of sharp stones. And it causes agonizing pain, and usually ends up resulting with people having to have their gallbladder removed, because it's very, very difficult to fix that problem. So, yeah, keto is a super high fat diet, so a lot of people end up having gallbladder issues with it, and they don't even know. Punk Corp says, you gotta drink a sawdust medication, right? More or less. The medication since I don't have a gallbladder, I frequently, if I'm eating fat, which is, you know, in a lot of American food in general, I have to take this fucking disgusting medicine. But I like the medicine because it makes me not be in pain, which is great. It's basically like, it's a synthetic resin that binds to the digestive stuff. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I'll read all the donations. Don't worry. I wanted to make sure I got all my info out here for people. So please be careful, basically, is what I'm saying. And also, Ozempic, don't take it, it'll kill you. Unless you really, really need it and you've talked to your doctor. Does it ruin fatty food for you? No, not really. It did. I used to, because before I had my gallbladder out, if I ate any fatty food, it would almost immediately cause me to have extreme pain. So for a while, I would just avoid all fat and it made things very difficult. But now that it's gone, I just have to take this medicine. So if I eat fatty foods, I just drink a little bit of the yucky potion. You know that skit where it's like potion seller? That one, you guys know potion seller. Potion seller, you're not strong enough for my potions. I am strong enough for the potions. I have to take the danger potions. There you go. What do you think is the worst fad diet? Oh, there's too many to even count. There's too many to even count. Bunk says, oh, we're talking about dieting and health. It's such an interesting place to deep dive into. Oh, Bunk, wait, Bunk, are you Bunk Politics? Oh, you must be. I heard through the grapevine that your debate with Hunter Avallone went very well. Congratulations on that. I did not see it personally, but I heard through the grapevine that you did great. So congratulations. Yeah. Holy shit. Viet Pam, exciting news. I was just invited into a BA/MD program that automatically accepts me into med school. Viet Pam, that is fucking awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. True. Baphomet says, also worth noting that progesterone can exacerbate gallbladder issues. If you're a trans femme and feel like you have lots of chest pain that almost feels like heartburn, it could be gallstones. Ask for an ultrasound if it gets really bad. For mine, there was no, like, for me, there was no ifs, ands, or buts that there was something wrong. Like, the pain was so great when I had my gallbladder issues that there was just like, it was obvious to me that there was something truly wrong. So, do you have suggestions or advice on how to deal with body image issues? It's actually really difficult. It's something that I've struggled with my whole life, as you can probably understand. And there is no single easy answer. For me, discussing my body image issues, you know, very, very vulnerably with my partners, with people who are very close to me, with my therapist when I used to go to therapy regularly. I don't currently go to therapy regularly, but I used to. Used to discuss my body image issues there. And because of, over time, I've gotten better over them by making a habit of not dwelling on those thoughts. When I start to feel bad about my body, I talk to somebody who I know is familiar, like my partner, for example. I will talk to my partner about it. And that makes me know that I'm not alone. It gives me a reality check so that I don't spiral. And it also means that I have sort of gone through different conversations in my head, that over time, your brain, over time, you learn to respond to your own self-critique, or whatever, or self-hate even. You learn to respond automatically with more rational thoughts. Because that's the truth is that, like, most body image issues are come from, they're sort of imposed on us by our culture. We're told that we're ugly, we're told that we're fat, we're told that we're whatever. And it builds up these thought cycles in our mind where we blame ourselves, we target ourselves, even when it's not something that's actually damaging our health, even when it's not something that is damaging our relationships. It's just we've been trained over time to self-hate. But yeah, I wish I could help more, but it really is like, it's something you have to work on over time, and you have to help establish patterns, or not patterns, habits. Patterns, I guess, works, but habits of countering those thoughts until you slowly unlearn them. Some people will sort of euphemize this as radical love, radical self-love. I think radical self-love is great. I think that a lot of people don't exactly know what that means. Radical self-love means genuinely challenging those self-hate feelings when they come to you naturally, because sometimes they do. Sometimes you're just sitting there and you start feeling guilty for something you know that you don't actually have any reason to feel guilty for. And sometimes it's because somebody told you feel that way. That was true for me. My entire childhood, I had a parental figure who constantly picked at me and picked on me for my weight. Just like even when I wasn't overweight, I was just a kid. But I would be told that I was ugly, that people weren't going to like me, that if I didn't fix my weight problems as a child, that I would be alone, and all kinds of terrible things. So yeah, it's something that you have to sort of train out of yourself and fight back on internally. And I can tell you, it does get better. It does. It just takes time. Arlo says, I weigh 110 pounds and eat 1 meal a day, and my stepmom, who is very overweight, still calls me fat. Yeah, it gets internalized in some people, and then they re-externalize it. They get to a point where they could become hypocritical about it. You have talked about negative biases in healthcare, but overall in your lifetime, have you seen any improvements? Yes, but it's slow. Currently, the doctor that I'm with is like just about the most progressive doctor you can imagine. They will only tell you, like, they will only talk about your weight if it's relevant to your health. So like, if you go into the doctor, they're like trained to counter medical bias. By the way, if people aren't sure exactly what I'm talking about, medical bias against fat people and against overweight people, not even people who would generally be considered fat, but people who are technically overweight, is like rampant, to the degree that there has been extensive medical studies on the fact that that patients who are overweight or fat often will have their symptoms ignored by medical professionals, and those medical professionals will suggest that they lose weight, even though they're not even they're experiencing symptoms that have no connection to weight whatsoever. So it's a really bad problem. The place that I've gone is the place that I'm at now is very, very good about it. And I've heard that some places are getting better about it, but I wouldn't be able to tell off the cuff. I'd have to go read some more current studies that have been done on it, because I don't know how much better it's gotten. I know the place that I'm at is really good. If I go in and I tell them that I want help with my weight, they will help me, but they won't unless I had symptoms that were directly tied to weight. They're not going to do that. Like I have regular blood work. I don't have any like major risk things. My heart is checked regularly, and yes, I am overweight, but I'm quite healthy otherwise, despite missing one organ because of a bad luck with, interestingly, trying to lose weight. Yeah, anyway. It's hard to find a doctor that's not fat phobic. Yeah, unfortunately, it is pretty deep. By the way, I just want you all to know, we're about to get into the core content of the day. That was my little rant on Ozempic, fat phobia, medical fat phobia, all that stuff. Anyway, like the stream. If you are here, press that like button. If you like the stream, I'll do something cool with my tongue. Watch, ready? See, I'll do something cool with my tongue. Press like. The last time I asked everybody to like, it was about 20 or 30 minutes ago, and we had only 300 viewers. We have now, thanks to the likes, ballooned up to over 500 viewers, which is pretty freaking exciting. That's pretty fucking awesome. The likes genuinely help. I told you, I had a feeling if we got a surge of likes at the beginning of this stream, which we did, that we would hit close to 600 or maybe even over 600 viewers today, which is very, very exciting. And if you're here and you don't watch my stream usually, you should subscribe, because you could be having a good time more frequently, and everybody wants to have a good time. Do you see my beautiful set? Do you see my amazing visuals? Do you see my awesome fucking frame here? Do you hear my funny jokes? I should do body mod review segments. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. No, Demon Mama, I want to have a bad time. Well, you might have a bad time. Depends, right? That would actually be super cool. Now says, I had a doctor randomly tell me you could stand to lose a few kilograms during a regular check when I was just technically only 2 kilograms overweight. Yeah, it's really bad. I'm not making that up. This is a scientifically documented thing. Medical fat phobia, medical discrimination based on weight is horrible. People literally die as a result of it. There have been people who've gone in complaining of symptoms of cancer, been told that they just need to lose weight, then sent home, only to then have their cancer get worse. It's terrible. And it needs to be fought back against. It's really fucking unfortunate. Yeah. Body mod tier list. Ooh, yeah, but we know what goes on top, right? A sick ass split tongue. Do I want to see something horrible? I guess. Okay, all right, everybody. Here we go. Here you go. You guys ready to have psychic damage? Let's do it. You guys ready? Let's enjoy.
Hey mamas, let's talk about the memorable features on the Refuting Vengeance. I'm body armored, and so is this vehicle. For even more protection, you have explosive underbody shielding, bulletproof glass, electrified door handles, military-grade run flat tires, and a ram steel bumper. If anyone's following you, you have blinding lights in the front and the back, or a smoke screen. Plus my favorite, pepper spray. If you're picking your kids up from the mall, let them know you're there with strobe lights and your intercom. Hey Bobby, it's your mommy. Your kids will love that it was styled by a video game designer. Vengeance is based on the Cadillac Escalade, so mama gets heated and ventilated leather seats, a curved OLED display with
Cadillac Escalade fucking sucks.
augmented reality, a digital rear view mirror, which is necessary. Vengeance is only
Why? Oh my God, a digital rear view mirror because the back is armored?
yours, and so is everything in this built-in safe. Parents might need to help their kiddos open the door, but it's a breeze to get in. You have heated seats, a third zone of climate control, cup holders, and 2 USB-Cs. Bring the kiddos along with 5 top tethers, 2 sets of lower latch anchors. It's a 3-row SUV that seats up to 8 people. I fit, and I'm safe. Let's see if the stroller does. Stroller test. It fits, and it's powered by a V8 with 420 to 810 horsepower.
Okay, listen, you guys all know I am a big fan of self-defense. You all know I'm a gun culture lefty. I literally got my gun over there. I got my other gun in the other room. We go shooting all the time. This right here is the sign of a diseased mind, okay? No joke. It is the sign of a diseased society. A car that you are paying loads extra so you can literally tear up and ruin the roads of your local fucking shitty suburb. That you're paying for a car that with all that armor probably gets fucking 5 miles to the gallon, just draining your bank account with every single second that you drive it. A car designed to traumatize your children. It has a fucking bullhorn so you can shout at your children while being a helicopter mom. This is a child traumatization machine, but it betrays a larger problem with America as a whole, which is that we are the most paranoid country on the fucking planet. Like, not only do we buy ridiculous suburban tanks like this, which only flatten children. Let me just tell you, there is no chance that this lady is ever going to have a bomb go off next to her car. There is no chance that she is ever going to use any of those features in that car, except maybe the ramming, like ramming steel, because she's definitely gonna have a road rage incident in sometime in the near future. However, the rest of that car, all the blind spots, the gigantic size of it, the inability to actually like use your car like a regular car, that is going to have only one effect, which is that someday there is going to be a kid that is in the blind spot and that woman is going to fucking flatten that child. Just holy fucking shit. And also, it's not just these types of cars. Like I was saying, it's not just these types of suburban fucking child flatteners. It's the fact that like people will install like spying devices. Have you guys seen the videos going around of that new product? It's a tiny little drone that automatically patrols your house. It's like literally like a quadcopter drone with a camera on it that goes to a security company, and it just patrols around your house. Like flies around and goes, keeps you safe. Definitely, guys, definitely keeping you safe. There's definitely nobody jerking off as the fucking thing passes your bathroom while you're sitting in there. It is so insane. And not only that, but there's these other things like the, I think it was called Bastion. But there's a slew of them now. They're private security apps where basically you buy a private security package, you set up cameras all around your home, and if you're in trouble, you push a button and the private security guys go hup, 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 and they show up at your house 30 minutes later after you're already dead. It's super crazy. And these things are used to spy in all kinds of ways. You see, because keep in mind that most of the time, none of these security systems actually prevent anything bad from happening to you. In fact, they barely even discourage anything from happening to you. But what they do is that most of these companies have agreements with the police where they can subpoena the company, and they can get the videos, they can get the footage, they can get all the different sensor information, they can get all your personal data and use it to bust other people or even you. Can you imagine if you installed like a big security system and then you wanted to fucking rip a fat doink? You're just like, yeah, I want to have a quick weed, but you live in a state where weed isn't legal yet because weed is not federally legal, and you're just sitting there smoking, and then 2 days later you're fucking brought into court on fucking weed charges? Literally paying for your own incrimination. It's like Americans are paying. It's so funny. When most people, when the average person like looks out at the world and they like see like a war zone, right? They see like a horrible, horrible war zone. They're like, wow, I'm very happy that I don't live in that war zone. It would absolutely suck to have to live in a world where like you go outside and you run to your destination because you don't want to get blown up. You don't want to get like cracked down on by like an occupying force. No. In America, suburban moms have become so deranged. And of course, suburban dads, let's not forget those motherfuckers. Those fucking pit viper ass, Oakley ass motherfuckers with their MAGA hats and their American flag do-rags or whatever they're called, coming out there and being like, I want to live in a prison. I want my children to grow up walking through a fucking episode of Star Wars Andor. What's your take on home security systems, particularly ones with varying levels of CCTV? They're fucking useless. They are literally useless, okay? Hold on, let me tell a quick anecdote. When I was moving earlier this year, my car got stolen while we were moving. Like, we have a electric car, and the car was accidentally left running, and we were loading things. So it was literally like less than 5 minutes. One of my partners hopped out of the car, ran upstairs to get a box. Somebody noticed that the car was running, jumped in the car, climbed in it, and drove off, okay? They stole the car. They stole the car in front of a CCTV camera, okay? So the CCTV camera was right there, and we later confirmed that the CCTV camera caught the person's face on the camera, and there was nothing that they could do about it. Nothing. Do you want to know how we got my car back? I went and searched for my car because I passed my car while driving on a state highway. So I was driving past, I said, wait a minute, I think that's my car. My friend pulled a U-turn, we followed the car, we located it to the thing, then we recalled the cops and we said, hey, we located the car, here's where it is. Then 2 days later, the cops managed to confirm that the car was there. When the car initially got stolen, we had contacted the front office within 10 minutes, we had contacted the police within 10 minutes, the police didn't show up for an hour and a half, even though we had their face on CCTV. It's fucking useless. It doesn't do shit except that it makes you feel like you live in a prison. It's recording you at all times. No actual crimes are stopped by this. It's just surveillance, endless surveillance. And to borrow a line once again from Star Wars Andor, no one's fucking listening. There you go. I added the swear that they couldn't. So it is a panopticon, an expensive, ugly. Oh yeah. Oh, there is one other thing. Sorry. I forgot one thing. In this same neighborhood where this theft happened, where my car got stolen, this neighborhood was covered. In fact, Gayfesh, if Gayfesh is here, Gayfesh can tell you just how many security cameras were everywhere in this neighborhood. My old neighborhood was loaded with them. They had the towers that look like they're from a prison yard that have like 4 cameras pointing in different directions everywhere. But you know what else they had? They also had a PA system. And you wanna know what they used the PA system for? If you were out walking at night and they thought you looked suspicious, which we all know what that's code for. If you were out walking at night, sometimes some chucklefuck sitting in his van up by the front office would get on the PA system and go, we have a suspicious person. Please evacuate the premises. Please evacuate the premises. So you would be sitting in your home and you would hear a fucking PA come on like you live in a fucking federal penitentiary. Literally maddening, literally driving yourself insane for nothing. Windows got bashed out at that neighborhood all the time and they never caught a single person. Cars got stolen from in that neighborhood, never caught a single person. They never prevented a single fucking crime. But they got to yell at random people at night and induce a state of panic and terror at all times. They got to ruin the landscape and make everything look like a horrible fucking prison yard. Yeah, literally, Vermin. That's what I was just telling you. I was just talking about that. Like how they didn't do anything. The camera footage, we had their face on camera and it didn't do anything. Those people, to my knowledge, never got arrested. The car was abandoned after being trashed. I told this story before. The car got abandoned and it was found at the place that I told the police that it was at. I found the car, I told the police, and then the police went and recovered it after it was fucking trashed. It's terrible. They're fucking trash, okay? Listen, they're designed, they have the exact same use as this shit that we just watched. This fucking psycho riot car. Can you imagine? Okay, I want you to think for a second. Can you imagine you're sitting in your car, you know, maybe you're eating some McDonald's or whatever, and your buddy comes up to knock on the window, and you go to roll down the window and you accidentally press the pepper spray, and you just blasted your friend in the eyes while you're just eating your burger in your car, but you can't see out because the windows are tinted, and you couldn't find the right button because it was too dark, and there's 900 different lethal weapons attached to your buttons in your car. Actually, just genuinely insane. Vermin Hand says, Demon Mama, the same thing happened when we got our car broken into and our backpack stolen in San Francisco. We had their faces and their car on a camera that was literally right there and we never heard a thing about it. They do not care. Cops don't fucking give a shit. Security companies especially don't give a shit. Okay, I want you to think about something. Do you know how much footage is created by 24/7 CCTV? Do you know how fucking much footage is created by that? These security companies charge property owners out the ass. They charge you out the ass like crazy amounts and they throw it all away. Most of them have clauses that say that they throw it away after like 30 days, sometimes they throw it away after a couple of days. It is a scam. Just scam, scam, scam. Fuck that shit. Fuck living in a panopticon, okay? Seriously. You cannot possibly, no matter how hard you panopticon yourself, you cannot prevent crime. And in fact, turning every single neighborhood in America and every single parking lot in America into a prison yard will actually only increase crime. Because guess what? People fucking hate that shit. It makes them angry and depressed. It makes the world ugly and horrible and terrifying. And then people will turn to crime. Because, well, of course you would. Of course you're gonna turn to crime if the entire world already treats you like you're a fucking inmate in your daily life. Well, there's a segment. Anyway, that's all I have to say about the Suburban tank. I guess I said a lot, but hey, today's gonna be a good stream, isn't it? Can you believe we've only been going for an hour and 20 minutes? Oh shit, Vermin, you gotta send me pics. I gotta see your new I wanna see your new tattoo. Oh yeah, whatever, I was just gonna say the electrified handles is really fucking funny to me. Electrifying your door handles when door handles can fucking lock? Who cares? Why do you need to have an electrified door handle if your door can lock? What are they gonna do, like shake the door like this? Do you think that they can just rattle the door open with like an average door lock? What's an electrified handle gonna do? And also, have you guys seen the issues that that Tesla has with their doors? You guys know how the car can brick itself, and because the door handles are electronic, they can jam, and you can't get in to your car if the battery dies, because the doors are electric. They're like, you know, they're not mechanical. They require electricity to work. So if the battery dies, your car is literally bricked. Now, I want you to imagine that, but made by fucking General Motors, okay? For those of you who know anything about cars, General Motors is like fucking trash, okay? And General Motors is the one that makes this car. This is a Cadillac Escalade, which has been modded by a third-party company into a murder machine, but it's based off a fucking GM Cadillac. Do you really think that the electrical system in a fucking Cadillac is complicated enough to handle your electrified doors with your machine gun posts on the side and your pepper spray, smoke screen, bomb protective force field? Fuck no. You're gonna get that car out one time, you're gonna leave one of the lights on the inside, or maybe you're gonna like leave the child, the child security device that puts like an automatic, puts like a straitjacket on your children so they don't get hurt while you're in the store. You know, you press that button, it's gonna drain the battery, your car is gonna be bricked, and your children are gonna boil alive in that fucking car. Oh, incredible. Just fucking incredible. All right, let me do the donos real quick, and then we're gonna talk about fucking Hunter Avallone. All right? We're gonna talk about that little weaselly, snitchy bitch. There we go. I'm being mean enough. All right, hold on a second. Let me get you the, let me get through these real quick. I gotta read off these donos. Thank you for all the donos, by the way. As I have mentioned, Mama is broke. Christmas was expensive, Impmas was expensive, Ma Day was very expensive, and so any donations you do are actually helping me make sure that I can make the bills this month. Thank you. I am not poor, so don't feel bad. You don't need to feel like I'm the worst, like I'm begging. I'm not. I'm doing okay. I personally have no more cash because I spent it all on all this shit. Anyway, Mr. Krabs with the incredibly generous $5 fresh meme. Don't forget to read the other donation. All right, yep, Sonic meme. All right, we'll watch it. Softest Leftist with the 5 tier 1 subs. True story, late at night at a hotel with my husband, watching our TV in our jammies. I spotted a drone outside of our window. We were on the 15th floor. That is so annoying, and I would have fucking opened the window and swatted that thing right out of the air. Beezy with the tier 1 sub says Buzz, thank you very much. A Causality with the incredibly generous $13. May the fires of hell grow into an inferno to your continued success. Thank you very much. Fake Alec Kyle Parker with the $25. Thank you very, very much. One might say that nurse strikes are organized with surgical precision. That's true, they are. Somniostatic with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Mr. Krabs again with the $5 fresh meme. And I was watching another content creator who's playing Mother 3. That's cool as hell. Player, nice sigil of Baphomet in the background. Thank you. You're very welcome for the blessing. Softest Leftist with the 5 tier 1 subs. I feel like you deserve this for rattling off that many names. Okay, so we are all caught up. All right, let's check these memes. Then we're gonna do Hunter Avallone. All right, let's see. Listen, we're testing right now. Here we go. First meme. Mr. Krabs on the line once again. Let's do it.
I'll kill you where you stand. You are so fucking slow and fat, and I don't think you could catch me, so I'm fine. Wow! I wonder how hard it will be to catch you, huh? I've got to get out. Huh? What? It's gonna be so hard. Oh my god, my legs are hurting already. Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right. Next one. Next meme. What's going on here? What's going on here? I can't play this. Why can't I play it? The clip doesn't work, Mr. Krabs. I just refreshed it. It didn't work. Oh, there it goes. Now it's working. That was weird.
Not to compromise, and you can tell me if I mean it looking in my eyes. Cause I've been waiting for my moment to strike. So come close, let me show you what it's like. Yeah, you can try to stand in my path, but you're gonna regret it. I'll be the one who laughs last while I'm making my exit. Will the whole world know your name? When we dance with destiny. I've been there and I've seen it. I'm never gonna stop believing. You'll find your flame. Now here we go, it's the end of the show. Hear them, they're calling your name. 'Cause in the end, it's you. Not to compromise.
All right. Good song. Good song. All right, listen. The new Sonic might have good music. Okay, so hold on, everybody. I just want to real quick. I just wanna before we jump into the Hunter Avallone thing, okay? We gotta do the Hunter Avallone thing, but I wanted to point this out first, okay? Ready? Here you go. This is the I think the second comment I've received from a Hunter Avallone fan today. Adding Hunter. You should totally find a photo of her pre-transition and post it in response to this. Because I posted a silly meme where Hunter Avallone was holding two guns and my partner wearing a deer hat holding a gun. Yeah, these are normal, regular, well-adjusted people who can definitely handle banter. Remember how I said that like conservatives like to throw around the they like to say everybody's a snowflake, but then if you even lightly insult them, they go off the fucking ramp and they're like, you should invade this person's privacy, go back in time to before they were a public figure, find pictures of them and expose it on the internet. I'm normal. I'm okay. Yeah, that's the sort of mentality that these people are in. So I thought that would be a good way for us to like get the tone right for this Hunter Avallone segment, okay? Oh yeah. That of course. Here's a short as fuck meme for good luck. All right, fine. Fine.
Johnny and Neil are really good friends. They're really good friends. Johnny and Neil.
I'm gonna judge you if this isn't a good meme.
Johnny, where's the door, Johnny? No, wait a minute, stop. Unstuck. Listen, Johnny. I'm getting mad, Johnny. Stop being stuck, Johnny. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Is that funny? I think that might fall into the loud equals funny category. Unfunny Zoomer shit. Chariot says, I can't judge. I would have laughed when I was 11 too. No! Is it anti-humor? Oh. That was very early YouTube tier shit? Yeah, it kind of is. There's like this type of humor that's out there. I'm sorry, Louis boy, I wasn't the one being mean. I just gave you a slight weird champ, okay? It's chat. Chat is rejecting the meme, okay? Or at least some of it. I baked you a pie. No! Certainly interesting. Bottling Sunshine with the $50 had a great show at the Artist Valley at OhioCon and wanted to share the wealth. Thank you very much, Bottling Sunshine. Seriously, thank you for supporting the show. No joke, seriously. Skunksy with the tier 1 sub. Give me the motherfucking yellow name. You have it. You have been granted. Your wish has been granted. Also, Tyrannax with the $5. Great meme. Hope it's fresh though. Okay, I can't watch any more memes. No more linkers. No more linkers. I am hereby issuing a decree. The linkers must cease. No more linkers. Well, link away if you want to, but I'm not gonna click them. It's time, everybody. It's time. Okay, let me get my thing up. Oh yeah, sorry. One more link. I lied. One more link. I forgot. I gotta show you this one. Whoa, that's sick as hell. We gotta check out Vermin's tattoo, which is sick as hell. Take a look at this. Look at Vermin's tattoo. Look at that. That's so cool. The tusks are so sick. Those are the coolest tusks. What awesome design. I love that. I believe these two are the older ones and this is the new one, right? That is so cool. It's a Babirusa skull. What's a Babirusa? Let's look at a Babirusa. Oh my God! What the hell? Those are cool! I've never seen one of these before. What a cool creature! Wow, that's such a cool, sick animal. It's awesome. One of the best things about the world is that every single day I can discover an animal that I didn't know existed prior. And I'm just like, yeah, it's awesome. You know, it's cool. You know, when you're playing a video game, there's all kinds of cool monsters. The entire world is just like that. The world is full of amazing creatures. And no matter how many animals you learn about, there will always be more animals to learn about. It's actually so fucking cool. Anyway, awesome tattoo, Vermin. That is a sick tattoo and a sick animal. Yeah, it's like a Princess Mononoke pig. True. All right, everybody. All right, it's time now. It's time. All right, it's time. Oh, that's awesome, Vermin. Yeah, there's actually a couple of good shops in Renton. All right. Everybody, it's time. It's fucking time. My lovely imps. Today we are going to talk about a person by the name of Hunter Avallone. Now, Hunter has a complicated history online, and Hunter and I actually have a history online, and I'm going to tell you that history before we get into this because I think it will make this entire thing more interesting. Excuse me, hiccups. That will make it more interesting. So, Hunter Avallone used to be a pretty prominent right-wing content creator, okay? Hunter Avallone was like the sort of like React anti-SJW type guy. He did a lot of videos like sort of like mocking random teenagers on TikTok for having green hair. He did a lot of that kind of stuff. And he did that for a couple of years. And then he had and then he left the right which is what he called it. And a lot of this was in part thanks to having a series of conversations with a really, really small left-wing content creator that I'm sure none of you know about by the name of Vosh. Vosh had some conversations with Hunter, and over time, Hunter found those arguments convincing and decided that he was going to leave the right. Now, when this happened, I had quite a decent amount of respect for Hunter being willing to take a financial hit, which no doubt he did. Credit where credit is due. Hunter leaving the right was probably a very, very difficult thing to do for him. And I wanted to show you something, okay? Because I really want you to understand where I'm coming from with this, okay? I'm gonna show you something real quick, and I want you to take a look at this. I'm gonna read it to you, okay? So this is from some time ago. I left this comment literally years ago. It says 2 years, but I think it's actually more than that. Let's take a look at this, okay? So here is Hunter Avallone's video, Why I Left the Right. There's Hunter Avallone right there, Why I Left the Right, okay? And I'm gonna scroll down here, and here, look at this, who's that? Do you see who that is? Oh my God, look at that, that's me. That says Demon Mama, 2 years ago. So this was when this was pretty early on in my streaming career, and I saw Hunter Avallone's conversations with Vosh, and then I saw this video. And I decided I was gonna comment. I'm gonna read you the comment real quick, okay? I'm a pretty contentious trans woman content creator online. I've had a lot of problems with your takes, but seeing this video is actually something kind of refreshing to see online. Vosh and Hyena, that's Vermin, have both taught me a lot too. And if they think your heart is in the right place, I think I'm willing to give your content a chance. I won't be easy on you, but your story strikes a chord with me as someone who is now a well-researched lefty who grew up in a very religious right-wing environment. You guys know I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. It was an incredibly intense experience that I had during childhood. I do wish you the best in your new direction. Being trans, I can understand the incredible freedom and the fear that can come from living and expressing genuinely. Obviously, political views are a little bit different, of course, but there are similarities. Congratulations on leaving the right. It was incredibly freeing for me back when I left the right, too. Because I did. It happened offline. I was not a content creator when I left the right. I left the right, you know, in my early 20s after realizing that the cult that I'd grown up in was horrendously toxic and had been abusing me and my family for a very long time. But I had no way of knowing that because I barely knew anything about the outside world. So I wrote this message 2 years ago, and the reason that I'm bringing this up is because I want you to understand that I have given Hunter Avallone a lot of charitability, okay? I'm gonna show you something else, okay? Which is, real quick, let me bring this up, okay? This was back in May of March of 2021, okay? March of last year, okay? Take a look at this, all right? This is Hunter Avallone debating Lauren Southern. And this happened about a little bit less than a year ago. Now, here we go. I actually have some comments on here. And I actually said both of those. I had 2 comments on this video. Now, I coached Hunter Avallone for this video. As in, when I say I coached, I sat in a call with Hunter Avallone for like 2+ hours, went through his document, helped him build a better argument for debating with Lauren Southern, specifically on trans issues. So once again, this is not a, I just want to make sure that you guys understand how far and charitable I was willing to go with Hunter Avallone, okay? I went really far trying to make sure that there was a bridge built with Hunter Avallone and all of that. Now, shortly after this debate happened, a number of events had occurred, okay? So the first thing that started happening was that Hunter was beginning to take a slightly different direction with his content. He was moving away from sort of general leftism, his interest in general leftism, and instead started to sort of go towards, let's call it progressive liberalism. He had joined and become involved in a particular debate space, in a particular community that many of us know, and so his content started to reflect that a little more. Then some of you might recall a little tidbit of my lore, which was that in early 2021, I was turbo dogpiled for for what people call the supply chains discourse. Sometimes they also call it the bathtub meth discourse. Sometimes they also call it the bathtub estrogen discourse. Sometimes they also call it the rise of Walter White. Sometimes they also call it the rise of Thanos. Sometimes they also call it the rise of Demon Mama. You know, there's various things like this. There's many names for this drama. And I wanted just to summarize this real quick so that you understand the whole context of me and Hunter's relationship. I made a tweet in response to an argument that some people were having, in which I said that people should be prepared to have to work outside of capitalist supply lines. And I said that people should start, if you are interested in medicine and you genuinely want to help alleviate the pain on communities that are currently placed on many people by capitalist supply lines, by capitalist supply chains, which are for profit, then people should learn chemistry. People should begin to purchase and store and stockpile important lab materials. They should talk to rural doctors and rural healers who are already doing the work to, take care of people outside of the capitalist supply chain. And of course, this was dogpiled to hell, including by Hunter Avallone. In fact, in a very strange move, Hunter Avallone actually completely blocked me over that tweet, which wasn't at him, which wasn't about him, which didn't have anything to do with him whatsoever. Now, another interesting thing happened at this time, okay? Which is right around the time that he blocked me, a manifesto had been written about me and my partner, Doe. This manifesto was nothing short of a harassment document, and there has been another one since then. If I'm getting my timeline right, I forget sometimes how many manifestos have been written about me. But the manifesto had been written about me, and it had a lot to do. It fixated a lot on my partner Doe and its gender identity. For those who don't know, Doe uses its pronouns and often jokingly, not even jokingly, often refers to its gender being inspired by deer. For example, Doe's name is Doe. Doe's name is actually Doe. And it's very strange because Hunter Avallone got super, super mad at my partner kind of out of nowhere. So you now see why I was telling you why for like multiple years, Hunter and I were not only on good terms, but I actually went out of my way to help Hunter for free, to be as supportive publicly as I could, even though my platform was smaller than his. So he blocked me randomly at that point, and then he started doing all this weird stuff. And then about a little over 6 months ago, he posted a video that was nothing short of just explicitly denouncing xenogenders. Now, when he says xenogenders, he's very, very, very careless about what he means when he says xenogenders. This, of course, was part of a massive dogpile on my partner, Doe, who I mentioned before. Doe has been dogpiled about its pronouns, about the vague concept of xenogender, even though I should note, Doe does not identify as xenogender. Doe has never used the term xenogender for itself. It just talks about the fact, it's super ironic that Doe has become like a symbol for xenogender, even though Doe has literally never used that word to describe itself. It just is named Doe and uses its pronouns, and sometimes talks about how gender should be undone. Now, Hunter has been banging this drum about xenogender people for some time, and it came back around very loudly over the last couple of days. And it's pretty fucking toxic, I've got to say. Like there's a whole lot that I want to say about it. We're gonna watch what Hunter Avallone actually said, but I have to say that on a meta level, I find it very fucking weird, okay? I find it really weird. I find it strange that somebody who is ostensibly a leftist now, somebody who ostensibly believes in trans rights, and somebody who ostensibly, as we're going to see, believes and supports non-binary people, would spend so much time and effort whipping up a harassment campaign. Sorry, I shouldn't say harassment campaign here. That was a mistake. Whipping up anger over xenogender people. At most, xenogender people represent a minority of a minority. Trans people represent a pretty a minority faction. There's about 1% of the world's population, give or take, are trans people. But xenogender people are probably, I don't even know, maybe 1% of that 1%. We're talking a hyper minority. Anybody who's watched my content for a long time should know I fucking hate bullies, okay? I hate bullies. I hate people who basically pick on other people for no other reason than they perceive a vulnerability and they want to get laughs out of it. I think that's one of the lowest things that you can do. Bullying somebody, you know, picking on someone because you perceive them to be weaker and that you can just get free laughs out of it is like a really fucking shitty thing to do, especially if that person has done no wrong whatsoever. And as it turns out, this is basically what has happened to the handful of people online who identify as xenogender, who use the xenogender terms, okay? They are subject to a never-ending discourse, a wasteful, stupid, underbaked discourse that is targeted directly at them, and it hooks into an actual harassment campaign that has been led by Kiwi Farms, by people like Destiny and his manifestos, by other people associated with that community, on top of the Republican surge towards trans genocide in America, okay? Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see how fucking weird it is to me that you would find the time of day to actually commit a lot of time to targeting and delegitimizing people who are doing no harm, people who, as we are going to see, Hunter does not understand, in the midst of a enormous nationwide campaign of harassment towards trans people. And if you don't believe me about that part, about the nationwide campaign against trans people, I have a whole video on it. It's called This Could Concern You. It has a picture of America with a trans flag over it. Super easy to find. Go check it out. Demon Mama, This Should Concern You. And I lay out my entire case, although I will point out that just later in this stream, for those of you who are watching live and who aren't watching the video, by the way, like and subscribe if you're watching live now, or if you're watching the video in the future. Give me your likes and your subscriptions and make sure you ring the bell, okay? There you go, there's the little plug. We're gonna talk about later in this stream the fact that like every single conservative news outlet right now is hyper fixated on trans people. And I have to say, I find it weird that Hunter Avallone fixates on trans people to this degree, okay? Now, a couple of days ago, there was, like I said, this discourse started, and in fact, Hunter Avallone posted a random tweet. Okay, I'm gonna try and show you this tweet. Oh, I forgot I'm blocked. I can't actually. I have to. We got to do the old trick. Okay, we got to do the old trick, the old private window trick. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So randomly, he responded and said, I haven't watched the video or anything, but being against neo-pronouns doesn't make you a bad person. Neo-pronouns are pretty stupid, just like neo-genders are illogical. Now, I know he kind of mixed up some of his terms there, but this sentiment is basically people who are non-binary but aren't non-binary in the way that I want are cringe or stupid or illogical. And of course, this was responded to by a very based person named Cherry, who said, well, who made you the gender police? And then Hunter Avallone posted a a quote tweet with 2 video clips. Xenogenders make no sense, not sorry. Now, I've seen some of his fans say, Hunter is learning. He's learning, okay? He's learning. But that's not the behavior of somebody who's learning. Going out of your way to be like, I'm not sorry, you're invalid, you're stupid and illogical. That's not learning. That's not like some sort of magnanimous act. It's actually agitating and targeting a hyper minority of people without even trying to understand them first. Now, he posted 2 clips here. And we are going to watch the video from which, or at least we're going to watch the segment of the video from which these are from. And we're going to talk about it a little bit because boy, do I have a lot to say on this particular issue. So let me just get that up real quick and we're going to react to that in real time, okay? All right, here we go. This is the first one. We're just going to watch the whole segment that he does on xenogenders, okay? Because I think this will be enlightening.
Of abolishing.
Here we go. All right, so here we go. This is Hunter Avallone's video called, hold on, My Hot Take About Gender. I have a feeling it's not going to be a hot take. I have a feeling it's going to be a cold take, but you know what? Let's give it a chance, shall we? Let's do it. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about gender. Whew, I know. It is such a controversial and heated topic at this point. What is gender? What is gender referring to?
Wonder why. If even he can acknowledge that it's a heated and controversial topic, that begs the question, why? Why is it a controversial and heated topic? Could it be perhaps that there is a nationwide campaign to smear trans people of all types as mentally ill and groomers? Could it be that that's what's going on in the country right now? I guess the world will never know. Let's continue.
It is a social construct. Does that mean gender can be anything? Does that mean gender is everything? How do we go about abolishing gender? These are all questions that people consistently ask and debate. Now, let me try to break down my argument the best I can, okay? One, I am in favor of abolishing gender. And when I say that, I don't...
Okay. Point number one, and remember this, imps, Hunter Avallone claims to be in favor of abolishing gender. Oh yes, we will take a look at this, exactly. We'll take a look at this, exactly. Thank you, Vermin. Here we go.
Mean condemn people for having certain gender roles or expressions or fitting into certain genders that we culturally and socially recognize, okay?
Ah! Now that was a little sneaky there. Did you catch it? Let's listen to it again. I want you to listen to this again very carefully, okay?
Mean condemn people for having certain gender...
We shouldn't condemn people for having certain gender
roles or expressions or fitting into certain
expressions
genders that we culturally and socially recognize, okay?
That we culturally and socially recognize. Very interesting there. So I believe in gender abolition. However, I believe that people should not be bullied as long as they are behaving in a way that is culturally and socially recognized. As you can see, this video is off to an incredibly stupid start. The idea that you can claim to be a gender abolitionist and then in the literal same sentence, you can then say that only for genders that we socially and culturally recognize, that's what man and woman was. For most of history, those were the only accepted and recognized genders because most of the world lived under a Christian near theocracy in which there are only two essential ways to be, the man and the woman. And if you violate those things, you are offending God. So this is a conservative argument. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to call Hunter Avallone a conservative, but saying that you're a gender abolitionist, but that you believe that only genders that are socially and culturally recognized, it either has to mean that you are so broad in your definition of socially and culturally recognized that of course xenogender people and neo-pronouns would be totally acceptable, or it has to mean that you're bullshitting. You have to be saying that, oh, only if society deems it's okay. Very strange way to open his video. Let's go.
What I mean by that is I want to abolish the forcefulness of gender. I want to abolish the idea that, oh, I just had a little boy, my little child born with a penis, let's go ahead and stick him in front of a bunch of trucks and, you know, when he gets older, maybe make him feel a little bad if he starts liking girly shit. That's not allowed over here. I want to get rid of the enforcement of gender because I think that we can...
Now, do we want to look at the tweets that he said before? Neo-pronouns and neo-genders are stupid and illogical? Not sorry? Doesn't that sound like he is actually doing exactly, literally exactly what he's condemning here? Doesn't it sound like he's like literally doing that thing? He's calling people stupid for the way that they identify, especially without even trying to understand their identity? Weird. Let's continue.
And realistically recognize that no matter what happens, Gender will always exist and be a concept. It will. It is a result of human...
Gender abolitionist. I want to abolish gender. Gender will always exist. Are you getting a little bit of hypocrisy or I haven't thought this through vibes? For now, I would like to say that it is a matter of having not thought it through. However, given everything else that we've seen in this segment, you guys now understand why I did the sort of wind-up. I don't think this is just a matter of not understanding. I think that this is a definitive position. I'm not sorry for this position. Xenogenders, neo-pronouns are invalid and stupid and illogical is what he said. Let's continue.
Interaction and the way in which humans try and efficiently categorize people. There is no way that gender is just going to disappear entirely. What we can do is get rid of the forcefulness and the expectations that we associate with gender.
By calling people who express their gender differently stupid, illogical, and invalid, right? Right? Is that how we do that, Hunter? Is that how you do that? You want to stop the enforcement by enforcing on people that you personally don't like? Seems like a flaw in your logic.
That is what we should be focusing on. Because you'll have people that say, well, I'm a woman and I like to wear the pink dresses, or I'm a boy, I like to play football with the other guys. That's fine. Yes, you do you, boo, okay? The problem comes when I'm a boy and I like to wear dresses, or I'm a boy and I don't want to play football, and then that boy is seen as less of a man. That's the problem. It is the abolishing of gendered expectations that I'm focused on, not abolishing gender entirely, because there's just always
the gender abolitionist who doesn't want to abolish gender. Now I'm going to take a minute here and I'm going to explain what most people mean when they say that they want to abolish gender. When people say they want to abolish gender, they don't mean obviously they don't mean deleting the word gender. I'm gonna be a little charitable to Hunter here and I'll say maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he means, no, we're not gonna delete the word gender. Obviously the word gender will exist because there's gonna be historical documents, etc., etc. When people say they want to abolish gender, it means they want to get rid of gender as a meaningful social category whatsoever, because it's not one. Gender is a totally irrational social structure. There are all of these things, these stereotypes that are made about women, these claims that are made about women. There are all of these claims that are made about men. There are all of these claims made about the entire broad spectrum of non-binary identities, and they're all bullshit. Because gender was not designed to explain reality. Gender was designed to create reality. It was designed to shape the way that we live our lives. The gender roles that we know, gender as we understand it now, was created to make sure that women stayed in the home doing the work so that men could go be soldiers and work in the factories and go to war. That's what it was done. It was done to enforce the Christian ideal of the family. That's where this all comes from. So when people say that they're a gender abolitionist, it means they want to break that system down. Say, why the hell are we trying to categorize and force people into various gender boxes? Why are we trying to police gender so much? That's what gender abolitionism generally means. It doesn't actually just mean it doesn't actually just mean telling boys that they can't, wear a dress. That's not gender abolitionism. That's just like sort of bog standard progressivism. Because of course, if you go one step further, the absurdity is revealed, right? Like what is wrong with the idea of telling a man that he can't wear a dress? Well, the thing that's wrong with that idea is that the idea that a dress is somehow a woman clothes. How does a clothes now have a gender? Do you see how ridiculous and illogical gender is in that way? Why does a clothes have anything to do with your gender. And your gender is often tied in this society to your sex, even though we all know that nobody actually knows their sex. And also people of all kinds of different sexes, from XX to XY to everything, the many intersex in between, that all of these people dress and act and behave in all kinds of different ways. Again, the idea behind gender abolition is to treat the root cause. The idea that gender is an oppressive structure that we are all locked into, that it is a bad way of thinking about the world, that constantly trying to think about everybody's gender all the time, a thing that we completely made up and that is totally in service to a specific model of the family, is an absurd concept that we should do away with so that people can be more free, so that people can be more happy. There you go. Let's continue.
Going to be some kind of a concept of gender, at least in any foreseeable future. That's the first thing. Just to be clear, so you guys know where I'm coming from here. The second thing is, and this is where it's going to start getting more controversial, there are certain people that support this idea of xenogenders, and they say that, well, anything can be a gender. They literally will tell you that. They'll tell you that if somebody identifies as a tree, then they are tree gender. There are problems with this.
What?
One, what separates...
So we're at the heart of the issue now. That he has some sort of set of problems with xenogender people. And I want to ask real quick, I want everybody to be thinking about this as we hear his response. What makes somebody a woman? What makes somebody a man? What makes someone woman gender? What makes someone man gender? What would make somebody tree gender? And the truth is, that is a incredibly, it is a question that will literally result in a cacophony of answers, all of which are totally in disagreement with one another. If you ask somebody, what makes woman gender, some of them will tell you that it's dresses, some of them will tell you that it's about genitals, some of them will tell you it's about the role you play in society, some of them will tell you that if it looks like a woman, it is a woman. That's the way that people will talk about it. You'll get a slew of answers. And of course, the reason for this is that man and woman were made up. They are man gender and woman gender. We don't say the gender part, but woman and man are literally just as made up as tree gender. They are abstractions. Do you understand? Woman and man are abstractions. There is no original woman. There is no original man. And even if there was, none of us would be that person, because every woman is unique and different, and none of them have all of the traits that make someone a woman-gendered person. These are absurd concepts that don't serve us well. Keep that in mind when we go into this part. Let's hear what Hunter Avallone's problems with xenogenders are. Okay, let's go.
If we're going to go for the example of tree gender, what separates your gender from just something you like, an interest?
Good question. That's a great question. What does separate gender? So if a woman is a woman because she dresses up a certain way and acts a certain way and fulfills certain roles, don't you feel that that's sort of just like personality affinity? Because it literally is. Most of the things that people point to when they're talking about gender are performative aspects of gender. They are expressions. They are forms of self-expression. I consider myself feminine because I dress and talk and act a certain way that I think this word fits well. These are abstractions, just like tree. Let's continue though.
What separates it? What makes them different? What makes gender distinct? Well, it's a big foundational...
Isn't that a strange question to be asking if you are a so-called gender abolitionist? Anyway, let's continue.
Part of themselves, okay? Your race can be a foundational part of how you perceive yourself as well. I'm not white gender.
Maybe you are. It's funny that he brings that up, because I always make a joke on this show that there are people who happen to be white and there are white people. And the difference is the level of investment you have in your skin color. I would argue that people like white supremacists are white gendered. They may as well be. They dress a certain way to show off that they're white supremacists. They go to certain events. They behave certain things. They have certain public beliefs that they say out loud. It is. It's a form of expression that is honestly very difficult to disentangle from gender. Of course, all of this is true unless you take a position in which you believe that gender is intrinsically tied to sex, which is a totally different conversation, because there are people who believe that out there. A lot of people. Christians believe that. The conservative movement as a whole believes that your sex is a predeterminative factor, that your sex tells you that you are not supposed to be in the workplace. Your sex tells you that you are weaker. Your sex tells you that you are stronger. We know, of course, scientifically and socially that this is, of course, bullshit. There are strong women, there are short men, there are tall women, there are short women, there are women of all different types, women who are domineering and men who are very passive. This shit is all bullshit. The idea that gender and sex are tied together is completely nonsense. And I would assume that somebody who calls themselves a gender abolitionist would agree with that position. But it is a little bit odd when you hear him saying things like, well, what makes gender distinct, and you can't identify as an abstract concept for your gender. Because if he's making the argument that you can't identify as an abstract concept for your gender, not only is he saying that woman and man are not abstract concepts, they are, but he's making the claim that there's something intrinsic and essential to those things, which to me would indicate that maybe Hunter hasn't quite actually fully developed his critique and his understanding of sex and gender. Let's continue.
People aren't black gender. So what makes gender gender? What is gender referring to? Gender, and this is where I'm going to get crucified for this, but I do not care. And if I hear a better argument, I will change my position, okay? But my understanding is that gender refers to how people perceive themselves and behave and express themselves in regards to what is culturally recognized as being masculine, feminine, on that type of spectrum. And
so what he has just described here is a sex-based gender binary. Gender can only, in his mind, by his argument that he's presented here, refer to masculine and feminine. This is a binary model. There is masculine, there is feminine. And he's saying, well, you can mix them up. I think he talks about this a little bit, but you can mix them up a little bit, but don't name it anything else. It has to be masculine and feminine. And of course, we all know that masculine and feminine is tied to sex. Isn't that a strange fucking position for someone claiming to be a gender abolitionist to take? Let's continue.
Then you have non-binary individuals who, again, are non-binary. Their gender exists as a gender because it is a rejection of the binary of gender. Again,
I don't understand how he can miss this. He just proposed a binary model where where gender has to be related to masculine and feminine. Then he talks about non-binary people who reject the binary. They reject the idea that your expression is bound by masculine and feminine. This is not a hard concept to understand. Non-binary people aren't 50% masculine, 50% feminine. Non-binary people are saying, why the fuck would I try to cram myself into masculine versus feminine outside of the lightest level of sort of aesthetic flavoring? Like, for example, I often refer to myself as a non-binary trans woman. And the reason for that is because I have affinity for certain aspects of what is called womanhood. This is and I treat it as nothing more than aesthetics. And this translates in all of my arguments. This translates to all of the things I talk about. That I see woman as nothing more than a vague flavoring label that I happen to prefer. Anyway, kind of odd. Let's continue.
In regards to masculine or feminine, this is why non-binary people try to present more androgynous.
There we have it. but they don't. Some non-binary people are intentionally androgynous. Yes, some aim to be androgynous. They aim to balance that because that's the way they see themselves. But there's a lot of non-binary people out there in the world. Some non-binary people would take a lot from what you would consider to be the mask side of things. Some non-binary people take a lot from what you would consider to be the femme side of things. Some non-binary people don't actually take much from any of them and decide to craft their own vision of their identity. We like to call these people non-binary.
That is what gender refers to right now. Gender refers to something, because if somebody says, I am tree gender, and I say, well, why are you tree gender? What is different between being tree gender and then just having an interest or being, you know, something you're into? Like,
What is the difference between being man gender and being woman gender? What defines man gender? What defines the gender of manhood? That question has been avoided this entire time. He talks about, it's funny, he harps on this tree gender thing, and it's funny because it is literally reactionary. It is saying, what? Tree? That's confusing to me. I don't like that. I need to strike back at that. But then not actually taking the time to go, well, wait a second. How would I even define man as a gender? Do you see what I'm getting at here? Do you see how it's like, it's literally sidestepping the core piece of the issue, and as a result, his arguments are unintelligible?
car mechanic car gender? No. Interests, personality, hobbies are different from gender. But if they're different...
How? Explain how they're different. How is someone who identifies as a woman because they like pink, they like frilly, soft things, they consider themselves feminine, those are words that they like to use for themselves, they like to participate in traditionally feminine things, even somebody who rejects the gender binary as a whole, but still identifies with those aspects, how is that any different than somebody saying, I really love trees, I'm going to call my gender what I am inspired by? How is that any different? Like, he so far has not presented a single argument to explain what is different about these things. And the secret is, there is no difference, of course, but we'll continue when we'll get there.
Then gender has to mean something. Then gender must be talking about something.
Or maybe you are a gender abolitionist and you recognize that gender means basically nothing. That gender has almost no actual intrinsic meaning, and the only meaning that gender has is assigned by various social claims. The bog standard gender abolitionist position, which you claim to be.
And then you'll have people that say, well, I want to abolish gender, so I want to say that everything's gender now. That'll just destroy the word completely, because now gender will be everything.
I'm going to show you a product that proves that the standard American worldview is the belief that gender is everything. Ready? Hold on. Get ready. I'm bringing it up. Okay? Hold on. Here we go. It's going to blow your mind. All right? Get fucking ready. Hope you're ready for it. Are you ready? Here it comes. It's a jump scare. Take a look at that. Behold, the dude wipes. Okay? This is a real product. You can go to any Walmart in America. And this is like I said, it's in every Walmart in America. Newsflash, Americans gender everything. That's why people say that trucks are masculine and guns are masculine and knitting is feminine and pink is feminine, even though there's no objective basis for this. This is why we have pink wipes and dude wipes, because Americans obsessively gender everything, and it's complete and utter nonsense. You, claiming to be a gender abolitionist, should understand the basics of this, but clearly Hunter Avallone was much more preoccupied with trying to pick on he was stuck in, maybe it's an old habit of trying to make fun of people that he personally perceives as cringe and be a little bit of an internet bully for 6 months on the internet. Because keep in mind, this video is 6 months old, but he's posting about it fucking yesterday.
Then now you've taken away gender from having any explanatory power, which I think is going to be at least detrimental in the short run.
How? How is it going to be detrimental? How does removing the so-called explanatory power of gender hurt anyone? It has no explanatory power. Explain to me dude wipes. Why the fuck is a dude wipe even something that exists? It's a baby wipe that has been repackaged to rip off people like you. To fool people like you who believe that there is something spiritual about gender, that there is something intrinsic to your soul about what gender you are, that you need to have the dude wipes packaged in there, even though they are literally just baby wipes. They are aloe wipes that you could buy from the baby aisle, interestingly, for 1/10 of the price. There's a little hack for you. You guys, you know, you want to have nice hygiene? Buy baby wipes. Baby wipes come in a box this big. They're designed for soft skin. They cost next to nothing. Those dude wipes will cost you $6 for a single pack with 40 wipes in it. Super, super ripoff. You're getting fucking ripped off. Let's continue.
Second of all, you're doing this the hard way. Why are you now going to try and validate xenogenders, which is more or less people that just want to be special and try to carve themselves out as being unique and different?
That's an interesting interpretation. Do you see what I mean by saying that he's kind of like slipping into that old anti-SJW, like, I don't understand someone, so I'm just gonna call them cringe and that they're a special snowflake? You wanna know who's the real fucking special snowflake here, fucking Hunter? It's you. You're the special snowflake here. You have gone out and been like, I'm a gender abolitionist. I'm a gender abolitionist. Listen to me, hear my voice. Let me go on my giant platform on the internet and whine about a percentage of people online who aren't harming anyone. You're the fucking snowflake, bro. You're the fucking one going out of your way to pick on random small people so that you can get attention. Are you lonely? Is that it? Why does he care? If it's not, if it's not just bullying, what the fuck is the harm that's going on here?
At the cost of unironically delegitimizing trans people who are currently fighting for their rights. I know that sounds like a conservative
oh God.
Argument, and it can be used
because it is. Arguing that xenogender people who aren't hurting anybody, who just use a different set of pronouns, who just have let's be honest, a very, very mildly different interpretation of gender than other people are harming trans people is A, fucking insane. B, where's your fucking evidence? I already know.
Sources that I made it the fuck up.
And C, yes, it is a conservative argument. Yes, it fucking is.
Used in bad faith. But in this regards, I don't need to deal right now with people on Twitter that are saying, you're transphobic if you don't recognize me as being vampire gender.
Then shut the fuck up. Then shut the fuck up. If you don't want to deal with people trying to address the stupid ass, fucking head ass arguments that you make, then shut the fuck up. Who made you the fucking gender cop? Who asked for your fucking opinion on gender? No one did. You can't even get your own fucking identity right. You're fucking identity confused. You think you're a gender abolitionist, but you explicitly state in this video that you don't want to abolish gender. So maybe you're the one who needs to fucking sit down and shut up and read some fucking threads about this. What is he's got a fucking xenogender. It's fucking, I identify as a political position that I don't hold. Let's continue.
Furthermore, what is gender? It is about your self-perception and your behaviors in regards to what is masculine and feminine.
Ah, interesting. In the brilliant gender abolitionist position, the only things that they can be in reference to is masculine and feminine. This is a sex essentialist argument masquerading as a progressive argument. This is a conservative argument asserting that masculine and feminine are real, concrete things that actually exist, not arbitrary social constructs, asserting that they are and saying that you are only valid if you build your gender with respect to those two things. An absurd argument.
So you cannot perceive yourself as a tree. There is no legitimate perception one.
Hold on a second. All right, we ready for this? We ready for this? I'm about to show you a cis person, a bare gender cis person. Let's do it. Look at them, they got their cute little bear outfits from Wildcoat. 2022 was a bear. Who's ready for new adventures? Can we do some Wildcoat meetups? It's gonna be unbearably amazing. Here's one called the Wild Wolf that lets you, these are not furries by the way, these are just a brand of that lets you dress up. Look, it even has little paw pads. It has paw gloves, flexible grippy paw mitten. Wolf, winter coat, ski jacket, winter wear, coat, winter fashion. Literally, people use animals and inanimate things all the fucking time. You want to know another Confederate general, Stonewall Jackson? Stonewall was his nickname. People called him General Stonewall. You want to know why they called him General Stonewall? Because his personality was like that of a stone wall. He was a stony person. And his nickname, his identity, became built around an inanimate object. Everyone does this all the time. People do it all the time. In fact, my man, you got a panda on your shirt. Are you expressing public social affinity with a panda bear? Is that what's going on here? Because if so, you have committed the exact same crime that the xenogenders have. People identify, have you guys ever heard of people, oh, here's a great one. Do you guys know what they call like a sexy older man? What is the term that people call a sexy older man? Does anybody know? Come on, somebody in chat, give it to me. You guys know. Yeah, a fox. A gray fox, a silver fox. Some people are saying bear. A bear is a big guy, not necessarily older. But yes, a silver fox. And men often refer to themselves as silver fox. In fact, if I was to type in gray fox or silver fox into Google, I would probably get 100 cishet blogs specifically about being an older man in the dating game. I bet we could do this right now. You guys can go test it in the chat right now. You go tell me if there's 100 blogs that are called like the Silver Fox Guide to scoring or whatever. It's literally, it's so common that if you think about it for 1 second, you realize that all of this outrage about xenogenders completely blows apart. Because fucking calling your patrons the gray wolves, people saying, oh yeah, oh my God, sports teams. I'm a Jaguar all the way, man. I'm a Kraken all the way, bro. I'm a Wildcat all the way, bro. People do it literally all the time. They're just not calling it gender when they do it that way. You're mad because xenogender people are correctly pointing out that gender is full of shit, and that if you can call yourself a woman because you like a fancy purse, then you can say that I'm wolf gender because wolves influence your public appearance and your public behavior. It's unbelievably common.
Can have themselves of being a tree. You can theorize what it would be like to be a tree, but you cannot actually have that internal experience the same way we do, or the same way that trans people do in regards to gender.
Damn, good thing that no one that you're talking about here is claiming to literally be a tree. It's super ironic. Again, I gave you guys the wind up because I wanted to point out that there has been an insane amount of harassment directed at Doe simply because it calls itself Doe. Doe doesn't even call itself xenogender. It just says very explicitly, I am heavily influenced by deers in my expression, and people lost the fucking plot. And this is true about almost every single xenogender or non-binary with neo-pronouns that I've ever met. I have literally never once in my life met someone who makes the claim that they are physically anything. If they did, they wouldn't be talking about gender anymore, would they? Anybody who is at the position of using neo-pronouns obviously is of the belief that gender is fucking bullshit. They are critiquing gender by with absurdism is what it is. It's a form of I don't even like the term of absurdism, but that's what it is. It's pointing out the flaws in gender by saying give me an actual argument as to why I can't say that my gender is best represented by foxes or by trees. It exposes, as Hunter Avallone is now showing us now, that people have a problem with their perception of gender, and that many people who claim to not actually be sex essentialists are functionally sex essentialists.
They don't have that same internal perception. And then people might say, well, what about like deer gender? You know, we have sort of social and
well, there's the, hey, look, now he's name dropping my partner. Isn't that curious?
engagements with deers. So now you're doing the opposite of gender abolition, which now you're unironically saying everything is gender or everything is gendered. I thought your goal here is to get rid of gender. Now you're going to tell me that, well, yeah, trees actually do have gender.
So thank goodness that Hunter Avallone has come out against satire, against critique. He's totally come out against turning systems on their head. I'm sure that he does this all the rest of the time, but yet when trans people, when non-binary people say, hey, you don't actually know what gender is. The entire world is gendered. There are man wipes and man razors, woman cars, man cars in our society. We are forcibly gendered from the day that we are born. The doctor literally comes in and assigns us our gender when we are a baby, before we have even had any experiences or expressed ourselves in any way. And then somebody says, you should pay attention to the fact that everything is gendered anyway. I'm gonna gender it in my own way. And then he freaks the fuck out.
You can identify with. You're making more gender. You're adding gender where there was not previously gender. You are literally doing the opposite of abolishing gender. It's
really? Is that true? Is it true? If you think about it for 1 second, if gender and its current form demands a binary, gender in our society has not moved away from the binary. There are men's rooms, men's clothes, men's cars, women's cars, blah, 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 blah. That is a binary. They argue that there are only two. If you refuse that assertion, by definition, you are not upholding gender. You are not making gender more gendery. You are breaking what people claim about gender, what Hunter Avallone is claiming about gender here. Hunter Avallone's gender abolitionist position is that everything has to be with regard to masculine or feminine. That is a binary motherfucking system. People who say, no, it doesn't. I can build my gender inspired by the sun. I can build my gender inspired by my friends. I can build my gender inspired by anything. Fuck you. It's not a binary. Is not making the gender binary worse. It's actively refuting it. It is a personal act, or rather I should say in many cases a public act of refutation of this system.
Completely contradictory. It does not make sense. And this is why I always say that gender needs to refer to something. You cannot say I'm tree gender, and that means now your gender is tree. Are trees masculine or feminine? Do we perceive them as being masculine or feminine? No. And if then you're going to say that actually we do, again, you're gendering things that didn't
Femyaz says, no, I disagree with Hunter. He's advocating for gender to be bimodal, not binary. No, he's not. No, he isn't. That doesn't apply here. Bimodal refers to how you would graph gender expression. He is explicitly arguing that non-binary identities must refer to masculine and feminine. His argument is not for a bimodal system, which doesn't apply here because bimodal refers to how you would graph out assumptions of people's perception. He is arguing for a binary system. You might not like that, but that's what he's arguing. He might not intend that, but that's what he's arguing.
Previously have gender. Gender exists as a social construct, but it is a social construct which regards to how you perceive yourself and how you behave and express yourself externally in regards to masculinity, femininity, or a complete rejection of that binary. But
my man, okay, what does a rejection of that binary look like? I would love that. I would love to hear him illustrate what a rejection of the binary looks like that doesn't look identical to a xenogender or a neopronoun. Its is a rejection of the binary. Hell, even they, them is a certain form of rejection of the binary, but not to the same degree because, not that I'm saying, not to the same degree because they, them is a pre-existing pronoun that is already seen as compatible with the binary model. I'm not saying that non-binary people who use they, them are like less revolutionary. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying from a linguistic perspective. What does it look like to reject the binary if it doesn't look like xenogender people who are saying, no, I refuse to pull from masculine and feminine. I define my gender and my identity differently. I don't think he has an answer. I don't think he'll provide an answer.
But regardless, it refers to some kind of view of masculinity or femininity. And finally, when a trans woman says they are a woman, they are a woman. If somebody says, I'm tree gender.
Why? Why? When people say, I am a woman, we say you are a woman because we recognize that this is an identity. This is an abstract identity that can be claimed for oneself. Why can't someone claim tree gender? Why can't someone claim deer gender? Why can't someone claim any gender that they so please?
You are not a tree because a tree is not referring to a socially constructed gender identity the same way that
tree and tree gender aren't the same thing, are they?
That woman or man is. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up at all. And I don't think that my position here is super fucking intense and crazy. Now, it might be to some dipshits on...
No, it's fucking stupid, though. It is fucking stupid. And the fact that you're still banging on this drum after literally 6 months, and that you specifically bring up my partner, who was the target of a massive fucking hate campaign by a social group that you associate with, that makes it a little different, doesn't it? It does kind of push it into that fucked up category, doesn't it?
Twitter, and that's fine. But for the most part, what I'm saying here completely encompasses the validity of trans people and the validity of non-binary people, while also recognizing that gender cannot simultaneously be nothing and everything while you want to abolish gender. And you're right, Ben Shapiro's wife identifies as a doctor. That's a good point. So what separates...
Here we go, everybody. This is gonna be a galaxy brain take. Let's just let him wind up again. This is about to be a galaxy brain take.
That gender cannot simultaneously be nothing and everything while you want to abolish gender. And you're right, Ben Shapiro's wife identifies as a doctor. That's a good point. So what separates an identity in line with your career as opposed to a gender identity? What makes it different? If you're going to answer that question, you need to have an understanding of what gender refers to. When I say, I identify as a doctor, that means that you have a career and a profession, essentially validates your
Wow. He doesn't even know that he's explaining the difference to himself while getting offended. Saying I am a doctor is a claim of expertise. It is not a claim of expression. it never is going to be. I mean, actually, there are some fraud doctors out there like Dr. Oz, you know, Dr. Phil. Those guys identify as doctors, and you know, you don't hear this shit about it. They don't practice. They run a TV show, but they have a doctorate. But generally, in 99.9% of situations, saying I am a doctor is claiming your expertise, and therefore there is a pre-existing societal expectation. In fact, in our society, doctors literally have to take a vow. It's called the Hippocratic Oath. The Hippocratic Oath binds all medical professionals in our society. This is a totally separate structure to gender. It's a literally totally different concept. It is a claim about expertise, which we have various systems for verifying that expertise is true, including testing, including work requirements, literally not even the same thing. And he's actually answering it here without recognizing that he's answering it.
Profession as a doctor. But if I say, I'm a woman, I'm a man, I am non-binary, that's how I identify, what does that mean? It means that's referring to your internal perception and identity of yourself in regards to masculinity, femininity, or a rejection of both. So that is basically my...
Okay, and so somebody who says that I use tree pronouns or says that I'm tree gender is expressing their rejection of both. Right? He never even touches this. He just ignores it. He's just so mad and so lost in his feelings for 6 months, by the way, over 6 months. Been raging about this. His emotions, his fifis have been so hurt that he felt it necessary to make a video like this where he doesn't even think about the thing that he's so mad about.
My opinion when it comes to gender. And I've been thinking this out a lot.
No, you fucking haven't. No, you fucking haven't, bro. If this is the best thought that you have, if 6 months and this is all you've got, you need to seriously analyze your ability to be a commentator on this sort of thing.
It's noticeable that I put thought into this. I am not just jumping on here saying, haha, xenogenders cringe, lol, lol, lol. No, I actually think that they are unironically...
Actually, that's literally what you did. You did that when you posted this video, and you just did it again the other day. You just called them stupid and illogical without an argument. Basically, you pulled a fucking Ben Shapiro. You went on and went, you know, it's just everybody can tell, and then says a racist thing, that this thing is true. You don't even have to look into it. You can just think about it, and you can see with your own eyes. That's what Hunter just did. Hunter just literally logged on and called a bunch of people who have never harmed him at all cringe, without ever thinking about it. No, we're not finishing the rest of this video. The rest of this video is him just sort of like flying off the handle at some video about gender, and then he debates a trans person at the end. We're not watching that shit. I think this basically... oh yeah. Fortnite brings up, did you see that he had a 2-hour debate with his wife over xenogenders? Yeah, a lot of people have mentioned that. I did not know that he got in like a literal, like a down and out argument with his wife over it because his wife disagreed with him. I also saw his wife disagreeing with him on Twitter again as well. So apparently they haven't worked it out either between them. Oh boy, what a mess. So of course, Hunter's argument is completely bullshit, but it's especially bullshit that he's trying to sell you that argument while claiming to be a gender abolitionist, while also, you know, jumping on board with a dogpiling harassment campaign against my partner, while also just actually contributing directly by calling anybody who identifies differently than he wants them to stupid, illogical, invalid, all the other things that he did. And quite frankly, it's bog standard conservative stuff that he's given a very, very lazy progressive coat of paint. I don't really care much for Hunter Avallone anymore. As I said in the very beginning, I gave this motherfucker a long leash as far as I'm concerned politically. I gave this guy so much charitability. He had everything from like me just avidly supporting him, trying to make sure, literally coaching him. He like literally used arguments that I gave him against Lauren Southern, which, hey, good job against Lauren Southern, bro, but I wish you would apply that level of effort to, you know, thinking before you jump on board to try and bully a minority of people online just because you personally don't understand. It's are xenogenders so powerful it puts a rift in a marriage? Yeah. Naomi says, have you seen Vosh's take on xenogenders? I have. At least I've seen some of his takes on xenogenders, and most of the time he just seems, I mean, but this is because Vosh is actually like, Vosh actually generally understands gender. Vosh actually understands what a gender abolitionist position is. Yeah. I mean, maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago, Vosh had a different position. But from my position, Vosh has always been, had a pretty solid grasp on the idea of gender abolitionism. And Vosh has been a pretty principled gender abolitionist for some time. I don't know about his system takes. I don't really know about that. That's not exactly directly tied to this. So yeah, dude, just shut the fuck up, man. You sound like an idiot. You look like an asshole. I know that he's been going on a blocking spree, which to me just indicates that he's sort of chosen his path, that he's just like, I'm gonna be the the reactionary liberal now. I'm just gonna like get really mad over things that I don't understand. But you know, as to like move away from Hunter Avallone himself and talk about the topic at large. First off, xenogender people aren't hurting anyone at all. There are not even that many xenogender people out there. And the worst thing that you will see is somebody saying like, I use tree pronouns. They're not hurting anybody. They're not hurting anyone at all. There's no reason to act as though, I should say, there's no reason to lie and say that xenogender people are harming the trans movement. When we all know who's harming the trans movement. It's conservatives, it's Republicans, it's Christians. These are the people who are hurting trans people. They hurt trans people and they hurt xenogender people who are usually trans all the same. They don't care, they don't discriminate, they target both of them. Sometimes conservatives will pick on somebody and use them as a bludgeon by which to harm other people, but they do this all the time. Conservatives are fucking terrible. Conservatives are threatening to literally strip away all the freedoms that we know in lieu of a Christian fucking theocracy. Is that really the bar that we're gonna have here? Is that really it? Xenogender people aren't hurting anybody. Xenogender people fit perfectly within any rational or intelligent model of being non-binary. It's so obvious to me. It's just like, I don't know how you can say like non-binary. You can identify that non-binary is a thing, but then you can be mad about people being non-binary. Like, unless you actually believe in like a pseudo-trinary. Where, well, I should say, if we're gonna talk about Hunter specifically, Hunter obviously makes an argument for a binary in the video as I explained. But there are a lot of people who are like, yeah, non-binary people are valid. It's the third thing. They don't actually ever dive into what it means to be non-binary. It's just male, female, and the third one. But that's not what being non-binary is. Non-binary isn't entering into a trinary. It's saying that these systems are a terrible, terrible way for us to live, and I'm not going to live that way. Hot and D-Pad says, many people will say this gives ammo to the conservatives, but I would respond, you are giving them the ammo. Yeah, exactly. You notice that? That like Hunter's, the core, the like justification for Hunter's argument is that this is gonna be bad and give ammunition to conservatives. This is gonna hurt the trans movement. Yet he's the one making the video on it. He's the one lighting these people up and doing it again after 6 months. It's literally just, what the fuck, man? You are the problem. You are the one doing the problem right now. Yeah, exactly. Fought Knight says, Hunter ends up when Hunter plays this role, he plays the role of one of the good ones to conservatives. And of course, let's not forget the whole Keffals doxing incident. Let's not forget the participating and jumping on board a massive harassment campaign against my partner bit, let's not forget all of the ways in which Hunter Avallone has displayed that he is the online left's fucking village idiot. Doesn't he understand that his position on xenogenders could lead to the targeted harassment of xenogenders? That's the goal. That's the goal. That's what he's doing. When he makes a tweet being like, xenogenders are stupid and neopronouns are illogical. These things are invalid. You're stupid. When he goes on a rant about somebody who didn't do him any harm. By the way, when he did this video, when he said the vamp thing, the person who uses vamp pronouns, that's a specific person he's referring to. He's signaling to his audience to go to be mad at a specific person. Now, that in and of itself doesn't constitute a harassment campaign, but when you combine it with months of relitigating this, months of reigniting the fire, it starts to build into something like that, doesn't it? There's another thing, okay? People like Hunter like to talk about being like not politically correct. They like to talk about not being like, you know, they speak it like it is. You're not being punk rock. You're not cool by randomly picking on people that you don't understand. You're not cool by choosing like the smallest percentage of people on the planet who aren't doing any harm to anyone and like just like grinding your finger down on them for fun. That is, in fact, like, it is politically incorrect to be the one who defends that. These people, the people who defend against that, I should say, not defend that, who should defend against that. People who are willing to say, hey, those people aren't hurting you. They're not doing anything wrong. They're challenging gender in their own way. Shut the fuck up. That's politically incorrect. That's called having a fucking spine. I really fucking hate that there's a lot of fucking people online who basically get the idea in their heads that like what made George Carlin politically incorrect was that he was mean. They think that like being politically incorrect means that you're mean to people, that you treat people badly, that you don't have consistent morals. When in truth, that's not what it is at all. It's not rebellious or revolutionary or cool to just be an asshole for no reason because you don't understand something. Anyway. That's basically all there is to say about xenogenders. I mean, you know, we could watch a video about it, but I think I actually laid out basically every single argument here. Xenogender and other non-binary identities are ways of with your public expression, critiquing and challenging and defying the gender binary. And I think it's cool. I don't use neopronouns. I'm not a xenogender. I am by all believe it or not, by all comparisons, I'm one of the more close to the binary, non-binary people. Maybe I'm just not that adventurous with that type of expression, and that's fine too. You don't have to be. Nobody's saying that everybody has to be a xenogender or everybody has to use, you know, neopronouns. But it's absurd to say that people aren't being non-binary correctly because they decide to challenge the binary with their action. Aska says, how does Demon Mama live with the fact that she always has the best takes? Well, you know, after my stream, I retreat to my big comfy armchair and the energy, the flows of the universe sort of just flow into me. And I just go, yes, the correctness is powerful. Paul M says, with the incredibly generous $20, attackers of xenogender sound like they'd reject anything that would be a new category added to any pre-existing system. They wouldn't reject a new classification of heavenly bodies, so why would they by default reject xenogenders? Exactly. It's literally just reactionary. I don't understand this. This is new. I feel cringe about this. Therefore, it must be bad. It must be harmful. Notice that in his entire segment on it, he provides no evidence of the actual harm whatsoever. He doesn't even articulate what he thinks the harm is. He just says it's harming. It's a remarkably fucking stupid argument. Also, I just should point this out real quick, just as a way
Women will
to
be
sort of,
what's it
just as a real, sorry about that, just as a real quick way to sort of wrap this off. Can we find the video here?
Women will be what's it?
Hey, shut the fuck up. That's not what I was talking about. Oh, maybe he took it down. Looks like he maybe unlisted it. Let's see. Maybe it's on his VODs list. Does he have a VODs one? I really wanted to see this. I really wanted to show you guys this. Yeah, here we go. Here it is. Under xenogender attack, drama, debates, and more. This motherfucking snowflake, this little fucking wimp is whining online about how he's under attack when he was the one who reignited this stupid fucking discourse after 6 goddamn months so that he could repost his fucking brain dead video. Can you be more fucking snowflakey than that? To be like, I'm under attack. I'm being attacked by the xenogenders. 1% of 1% of the people on the internet who I've been ruthlessly bullying for 6 months and calling stupid and illogical with no actual argument to back it up. They're coming for me. I have no fucking respect for this shit. What a fucking weak, cucked ass position. So there you have it, everybody. In summary, Hunter Avallone is perhaps the left's biggest fucking cuck. There you have it. The man who is afraid of deer. Now, if you enjoyed that, smack that mother fucking like button and press subscribe and make sure that you ring the bell and throw a few dollars my way because we got a whole bunch more content coming. We're going to be doing a react to a expose, or I should say a conflict, a drama between Badbunny and Keffals here in just a few minutes. We're gonna chat and I'm gonna take some questions from chat, etc., etc. But throw me some cash, throw me your likes for sure, and make sure you're subscribed to the channel because I know you fucking love the fire. I know you guys are here for the demon energy. And I got the best fucking energy around, what can I say? Oh, absolutely, Atheist Mando. I'm pointing out the absurdity of claiming that you give a shit about these issues while targeting a minority of a minority. Yeah. Yeah, like the streamer, a deer will come in the night and steal your gender away. You'll wake up in the morning and you'll be like, oh my God, I don't know what I am anymore. And then you'll have to go on a gender journey to discover gender for yourself. And you'll find yourself afterwards no longer adhering to the gender binary. You'll be freer than you ever were. You will no longer think of yourself in 2 separate boxes, which you desperately have to painfully straddle every single day as you try to choose between the man wipes or the woman wipes. And instead, you will awaken. By the way, this is the reason right here, that little goofy rant that I just did is the reason why I always talk about gender ascensionism. I don't even use the term abolish. And the reason why I consider myself a gender ascensionist, and you should also consider yourself a gender ascensionist, is because we should emancipate ourselves. We should ascend it. We will become greater, more powerful, more sexy beings if we reject gender and rise above it to something greater. Lucas B20 from YouTube chat says, I asked this before. You were talking about ascribing animal characteristics and names to things like silver fox. Isn't alpha behavior literally the same thing? Yes, that's another perfect example. I didn't even bring that one up. The fact that the entire conservative manosphere talks about themselves as wolves constantly. I'm the alpha, you're the beta. I'm a lion, you're the lioness. I'm the big gray wolf, you're the baby wolf. That shit is, the only way that it is different from xenogenders is that it's more cringe and also worse. But other than that, it's the same basic principle. It's saying my social identity is built out of things that I am inspired by. Arlo says, fun fact, the idea of the alpha wolf doesn't even exist. It was disproven by the guy who came up with it. Actually, it does actually, alpha wolves do exist, but they only exist in captivity. In nature, there is no such thing as an alpha wolf. They only exist that way when they are forced into captivity. That's where the alpha beta behavior comes from. The guy who originally did it was writing specifically, he was very careful to say, this is about observing wolves that are in captivity, which of course, wolves that are in captivity are interacting with humans. They are being trained by humans. They are being sometimes punished and hurt by humans. So they of course have a different social structure than wild wolves. But wild wolf observations there is no evidence whatsoever of alpha and beta wolves in wild wolves. Skunksy says, can you talk a bit how more true scummy types see us as dead weight that drag down the real trans people? It's an important point to hit on. Oh yeah, I can do that for sure. So I actually wouldn't even use the word true scum here. I would use the word assimilationist. So to really boil down a complex issue, there are more or less two positions in the queer world. There are assimilationists and there are liberationists, okay? And a liberationist position is like people who say, yeah, we can use tree gender, we can use all of these things. We are undermining gender with our own actions. Whereas assimilationists believe basically that you have to consider optics at all times and that the goal of the queer movement should be to blend in as much as possible so as to be normalized. I obviously am not an assimilationist. I think that assimilationism is murder. Like, not literal murder. It's like you're killing yourself. You're saying, I am going to change myself so that I fit in. You will never fit in. It's just not how it goes. Some people might. Some of the most cleanest gay couples, some of the most cleanest lesbian couples, some of the cleanest trans people might fit in. But as we all know, even they are targeted by even the most so-called normal and a trans person is super targeted by transphobes. Fuck, look at even Blair White. Blair White is like the ultimate form of an assimilationist. She believes that the best way to blend in is to insult all other trans people, to adhere to a trans medicalist model that claims that you must have surgery or else you're not a real trans person. And then even she, if you go to the comments of her videos, just full of transphobia. We watched a panel that Blair White was on where another conservative literally said that you need to take off all that makeup so that we can see your mustache. That's the type of treatment that Blair gets for being an assimilationist. Assimilationism doesn't work. You don't win by killing yourself on behalf of the people who are oppressing you. It's a terrible position. And yes, assimilationists do end up in these weird positions where they throw people under the bus for no reason because they don't want to be associated with that person. It's like if you were, it's like in like a movie where like the popular kid is like really good, or like two kids are friends. One of them's a nerd and the other one becomes a popular kid in high school. And then he stops talking to the nerd even though they've been really good friends because he doesn't want to be seen as being associated with them. It's the exact same mentality. It's basically, oh, xenogenders? Ooh, yuck. Yeah, I don't like them either. They make me look bad. Get away from me. It's completely stupid and irrational and evil in my position. So, I hope that makes sense. Yeah, be a rad norm, as I call that. That's an old one. Damn, the radical normie is an old term. It's basically somebody who's trying so hard to seem like they're a normie that they're like a radical normie, you know? Yeah. A turbo normie. Yeah. Yeah. Zero Divisor says, I had a debate with someone this morning who was trans and said that xenogenders are insulting. If that's true, if you're insulted by xenogenders, you need to look inside yourself because that's a you problem. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this outright. If you are offended by the existence of people who challenge gender differently than you do, that's a you problem. trans people challenge gender on the exact same lines that xenogender people do. It is the exact same core struggle. You might not think about it that way. You personally might not feel that way, but it's the same thing. Anybody who violates in a binary system, anyone who violates the binary, either by crossing it or by going above it and leaving it entirely, all of those people are in the same boat. You have to understand that the binary, the Christian enforced, conservative enforced binary, which rules our lives, like I said, which creates dude wipes and fucking girl wipes, is that binary is a binary because it's not supposed to be violated. And that's why people are bullied for wearing the wrong colors, for wearing the wrong clothes, for talking in certain ways, for painting their nails or for not painting their nails. It's why girls get made fun of if they like to do rough and tumble things, because that's not girl behavior. It's why boys get made fun of for being artistic, because that's gay and that's not boy behavior. It's the same thing. It is they are measuring deviancy. They're not measuring whether you're playing by their rules, because their rules don't make any sense. They are measuring whether you deviate from what they claim is the norm. Hope that makes sense. Yep. So. Yeah, and I understand. I understand why people fall into the assimilationist position. I should be clear about this because I've been pretty fiery in this section, but I want you to understand. I understand how people get there. There's a lot of pain involved with being trans, any type of trans. Xenogender, non-xenogender, even if you are the most binary trans person who has ever existed, there is a lot of pain there. And I understand that a lot of times it's like you want to just be treated like you just want to be treated like everybody else. You want to be treated like a person. You want to be treated like a being worthy of respect. But that's not the answer. It isn't. It doesn't work. It might buy you a few seconds of relief, but at the end of the day, it doesn't actually get you anywhere. It doesn't free you, and it requires you to ultimately denounce people who don't deserve denouncing. See, that's the thing that really gets to me, is that assimilationism requires being horrible to people who have done nothing wrong, in the exact same way that the binary requires being horrible to people who've done nothing wrong. Yep, as the Dark Canuck says, when you're punching down, you really aren't paying attention to the people above you holding you down. Yep. Skunksy says, I have sympathy for assimilationist types, and I did believe that before I came into terms with my identity. It was really fueled by my own discomfort with what I'd learned as my non-binary identity. Yeah, when I was like a baby trans, the only thing I knew of was being binary trans. And as I grew up and thought about things and introspected more, I changed my positions. I understand where it comes from. It's the only thing that's available to a lot of people because we exist in a system that's built off of the binary. And even progressives have not rejected the binary. They've just started to like loosen it a little bit. That's it. They've loosened the light bulb a little bit. That's it. Yeah, so. Not gonna lie, Doe was the one who cracked my binary egg way back when. Based. Doe's very good at that. Doe is, of course, part of the reason why people get so mad at Doe is because Doe is an incredibly, incredibly talented rhetorician when it comes to gender. Doe has a deeper understanding of gender than basically anybody that I know. So, you know. Naomi says, I don't know how else to put it, but I'm considering dropping out of high school to pursue a music career full time. If there's any advice that you have, I would very much appreciate it. I know this is gonna suck. Don't drop out of high school, okay? Don't do it. Don't drop out of high school. High school sucks. It's really, really bad, but not having a high school diploma is going to hurt you a lot, okay? Don't drop out of high school. I know that it sucks. I'm not going to sing the praise of high school. It's probably going to be a bit of a waste of time, but you are clearly very young. you have plenty of time to pursue a music career, but getting your degree after you know, once you're in adulthood is very, very difficult, and not having a high school diploma will often hurt you even in the music field. So finish high school, then go ham into your music career. Seriously, use your free time to work on music. You don't have to be like an A student or anything like that, but finish high school. It really does make that much of a difference. And I say this as someone who knows a lot of people who did not get their high school diploma. I grew up in a very, very, very poor state. I grew up in a very rural state. I know a lot of people who didn't finish high school. Not finishing high school is very difficult to deal with. High school sucks, but don't drop out. Finish it and then go pursue your music career. You will thank yourself in the future. It's a sad truth of our reality that the shitty fucking school to prison pipeline type high schools that we operate all over the country are miserable. But also, if you don't finish high school, the economy will punish you so hard that that it's very difficult to bounce back from that. It is almost impossible to get work, even in stuff like music. You have to be very careful. So finish high school, seriously. I know that kind of sucks, but you asked me for advice, so there you go. And again, you will have time. If you're in high school right now, you're young as fuck. You won't get good. You won't get truly good at music until you're out of high school anyway. Give yourself the time, finish the shit, and then nail your music career once you've made sure that you have the basics in place. Yeah. Hippie Punk says, take it from someone who did that and don't. You will find it nearly impossible to go back and get a GED or whatever once you are out, and Chat and Demon Mama are right, finish school. Yes, unfortunately, dropouts are severely targeted by the US culture and economy. Dropouts have like such a high rate of going to prison. It's really fucking stupid. And it's partially because of how horrible our entire economic system is built, but you got to just do that. Yeah. Not to just drive this into the ground, but yeah. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Just got a message. I got to send a message. Hold on. I got to give a timestamp real quick. Timestamp is... One second. All right. Great. Give me just a second here, everybody. Damn. Message. High school is trash, but you're basically treated like a felon when it comes to jobs if you don't have it. Yeah, it's really horrible. Again, like I said, I came from a state where I knew a lot of people who didn't finish high school. And honestly, they had a very good reason to not finish high school, because high school fucking sucks in poor rural states. It really fucking sucks. So I understand why people don't, but you know. Skunksy says, honestly, I love a spicy Vosh stream, but I'm just gonna chill here. Demon Mama is so affirming and positive to listen to. It's good for my mental health. Hey, you're very welcome. I get spicy. I get harsh with people that I think are bad. But I genuinely try to make my content useful so that people walk away feeling stronger and not weaker. so that people walk away feeling more equipped to deal with the problems that they encounter in their lives and the problems of our current system. Dear Mama is genuinely a healthy community builder. It's one of the most important things for me in my entire life. It's extremely, extremely fucking important to me to focus on community building. Speaking of which, one of the things that I'm aiming to do this year is to begin to establish, I don't know, I want to ask people to share my videos more frequently. It's really hard to get my videos seen. As you guys know, it's an uphill battle making political content that, as a trans person, that constantly talks about trans issues. So I'm gonna try and remember this year to ask people to share, to personally share my videos more. Like, if you have a friend that if I do a segment and you think, wow, that segment was awesome, I have a friend who would love to listen to this, please send them the segment. Please. We timestamp the hell out of our VODs, so it's really easy to find segments that I do. And yeah, it's like, it would unironically, it would make this channel explode straight up. It would actually be amazing. The problem is that because Twitter's dead, obviously I had a huge presence on Twitter, or huge. I had a decently sized presence on Twitter, but Twitter is completely destroyed for the ability to share stuff. So what that means is that I either have to rely on the algorithm while I'm building up other social media, or I have to push sharing more. I have to ask you guys to share videos more. So please, it'd be absolutely amazing. Draco System says, I don't want to sound like a clout chaser, but dead ass, the conversation we had helped me introduce my friends to this side of YouTube, and I'm glad they seem to be interested in this content. That's so awesome. Intentions nasty. How is Facebook treating you? It's fine. I don't post on there enough because I find it grating to use Facebook, but I should. It's been fine. The page has been growing a decent amount, but it's just slow. It took me literal years to build my Twitter account, so when Twitter burnt down, it just really fucking sucked. Acelaces with Cream says, first time on the website, you are very good background sound for fursuit making, especially since the part I'm at takes fucking forever. Well, I'm very happy to provide that. Good luck on your fursuit. That's an awesome artistic project to undertake. Good luck, and very happy to have you on the website, Acelaces and Cream. Ollie says, I agree with Draco System. I've had a few friends subscribe to your channel because of our talk. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Those of you who share the videos, you guys have no idea how much it helps. It is so hard to get your videos out there. Word of mouth is the single most powerful way to organically grow your channel. Obviously, I do not have the money to purchase ad campaigns. I do not have a gigantic social media presence outside of my channel. My channel is my social media presence. My takes are here, my memes are here, my community is here and on Discord. So sharing is really important. And of course, once we get merch going, that'll be a whole other thing. But Queen of Gravel says, hey mama, I'm scared to bring up gender issues with my therapist. Any advice? I mean, it depends on your therapist, but most therapists, I say most therapists are going to be very, very chill about gender issues. In my life, I have had no therapist that I've ever had in my life has had issues with gender stuff. I know that they do exist, but the vast majority of therapists are actually pretty good at this point about gender stuff, mostly because therapy is a positively focused medium. So basically what I'm saying is be brave, be courageous, step forward and bring it up. And if your therapist is a piece of shit about it, find a new therapist. Therapists are there to help you. If your therapist is doing something unethical, if your therapist is mistreating you, you're free to find another therapist. In fact, you're encouraged to do so. It's very, very normal. So what I'm saying is don't be too scared. Work up the courage to do it. You will thank yourself for doing it. I remember how nervous I was to talk to my therapist the first time before I started hormones, but it took me like a couple of sessions to work up the courage to talk to him. And when I talked to him about it, he was not only super accepting, but within a few months, I was on HRT. That's how helpful he was. It can be nerve-wracking, but just remember that therapists generally are there to try and help you. At least the good ones are. So there you go. I know it's hard, but you're gonna thank yourself. And guess what? Once you get it over, you don't gotta do it again. Yasmin says, most therapists will also say right off that if you don't think they're right for you, you can ask for another one with no questions asked. Yes, that's the culture that has been encouraged in therapy. Hey, Demon Mama, I know you have some interesting opinions about therapy. Care to share? Most of my opinions about therapy are not about, they're not about what people are saying when they say therapy. Most of my opinions are about psychiatry and to some extent, psychology as an institution. Therapy is great. Like most therapists are super, super chill. They're not there to do anything to you. They're not there to even diagnose you. They're just there to talk with you. So most of therapy is like that level of therapy where you're talking to like a licensed therapist or whatever is totally fine and totally chill. There are some issues with therapy as a whole, like for example, that because we live in a capitalist country, because we live in a capitalist culture, therapy can often ends up being about getting you to get a job or something along those lines. And that sucks, but that's less of a problem with therapy as a whole and more of a broader issue with the fact that our entire society is around working jobs and making money. As it turns out, if your society punishes you for not working all the time and for not making money in a society that also makes it very difficult to make money, being happy might actually, you know, end up revolving around how you alleviate that problem. So that's one of the problems with therapy. But my bigger issues are with psychiatry and with psychology, the institutionalized forms and the theories that are behind them. I mean, for example, in the United States, Freud was the godfather of all of psychiatry in the United States, and Freud's ideas were demonstrably debunked. For years, Freud was treating people on bullshit. He wasn't right about basically anything. He just was pulling it out of his ass. And keep in mind that this was the time in which insane asylums were very common. This is a time in which lobotomies were being performed under the advice of psychiatrists. Psychiatry and psychology as institutions are heavily, heavily flawed. They basically are the institutions that enforce the idea that there is a normal way to function. They try to define who is insane and who isn't sane, and the way that they do that is very, very much influenced by the society at large. So as it turns out, if you don't have a job, you're much more likely to be considered insane. If you struggle with keeping a job, some people will consider you insane just for that fact, even though you're not insane. You're perfectly sane by any other measure. So, yeah. Therapists are usually a bit of a different thing. Most therapists you're not like compelled to see a therapist most of the time, whereas some people, well, many people will be compelled to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist at some point. If you ever like have a suicide attempt, or if you ever become suicidal, it is possible for the police to forcibly lock you up in a mental institution where you will be forced to be diagnosed by a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And that is really, really problematic, as you can understand. Somebody having a single mental health crisis does not mean that they need some sort of long-term diagnosis, nor that they need to be prodded and questioned by somebody who could be judging them or looking down upon them. Yeah. Draco System says, you have no idea how many times I've been threatened to be sent to the ward by my parents. One of my partners had that happen to them. One of my partners was forcibly institutionalized, and it was an incredibly, incredibly traumatic event for them. And it was over the stupidest thing ever. Basically, they had been neglected by one of their parents, and they kind of had a freak out about it. They basically were super depressed. Their parents weren't listening to them at all, and they started destroying their possessions. They were destroying like records and things like that, and their parents tried to forcibly institutionalize them. It's really fucking gross. It's actually horrible. Not yet, Kika. I'll get to it, don't worry. All right, everybody, we ready to do the next segment? You guys ready to react? You guys ready to react to some, Keffals versus Badbunny drama? Because I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Ferb, hi, I'm relatively new. Did you study psych in college? I studied psych very shallowly in college. I took a sociology and psychology course. Most of what I am talking about is from personal experience and from my readings on the matter. I've done quite a lot of reading about the history and theory of psychology and psychiatry. And of course, I've had a lot of personal experiences being a trans person, which it's, when I say that, I mean, when I wanted to get a very low level and very basic gender confirming surgery a couple of years ago, I had an orchiectomy. For cis people, orchiectomies do not require any sort of psychiatric evaluation. You can talk to your doctor about it, and your doctor will just say, okay, yeah, you can get an orchiectomy if you want to. However, if you're trans, you have to have 2 separate psych evals. Almost every single insurance company and state in the nation requires you to have 2 psychiatric evaluations before you get an orchiectomy. It is blatant discrimination. And by the way, I have had doctors, medical doctors, surgeons apologize that this is the case because they know that it's discrimination. They know, they go, I'm sorry that you have to go get a psych eval for this. We wouldn't have to do this if it wasn't for trans reasons, but we have to since we know that it's for trans reasons. It's actually disgusting. But I had to go through 2 separate psych evals for a very basic surgery, and they were horrible. The second one was the person who did the second psych eval was operating on a completely outdated model. They were asking me questions. They literally asked me about my masturbation habits. They asked me about whether I dressed up in women's clothes as a child. They asked me about if I had if I was sexually disturbed as a child. It was actually insane. And I had to go through with that because I needed to get a letter in order to be able to get the surgery that I wanted. I'm not kidding you. Yes, that is a real thing that happened. Yep. Yeah, Philosophy Tube talked about this. Yep. Rhodes says, I'm planning to go into therapy and counseling. I want to make a difference for people. Therapists, by their very nature, have a lot of power over their patients, and I know a lot of my friends have been hurt. I hope that I can make a difference for queer kids like you. Yeah, I know that you can. I know that you can. All right, everybody, let's do this video. Let's do it. Let's move on to a different topic. Let's watch this video. All right. Ooh, we got some Andrew Tate news real quick. Andrew Tate describes inhumane living conditions inside Romanian prison as he awaits sex trafficking trial. They're trying to break me, thrown inside a cell without light. Cockroaches, lice, and bed bugs are my only friends at night. Bro, fucking boo-hoo. Yeah, guess what? You want to know who actually critiques the prison system? Lefties. You want to know who fucking loves the prison system? Fucking right-wingers. You're a fucking right-winger. You and your ideology support this shit. Now you're getting a taste of your own fucking medicine, dude. When you get out of prison, maybe you should convert to leftism and realize that prisons are a fucking atrocious and inhumane experience that no one should ever have to go through. Holy fucking shit. Also, he's bald. Well, he's probably not bald anymore. Oh, you want me to do the Andrew Tate impression? Nah, I can't do that. I'm not that good. I'm simply not that good. Get fucking blown the fuck out, Andrew Tate. This is like, it's literally like, it's karmic justice. That is what that is. It's fucking karmic justice. Wait, that's actually awesome, Posadas John. Top G, top G, top G. I've got 3 Bugatti roaches in my room. I've got a fucking Cadillac lice. This is what it's all about, top G's. Get your Lamborghini fucking roach right here. Bugatti. Have I seen his music? It's terrible. Okay, everybody. Oh, Rhodes, one last thing before we do the react. Rhodes says, hey, I wanted to thank you and the imps for helping me with my study. I'm analyzing all the data right now, and well, it's tough stuff, or it's bad stuff, but it's amazing how many people were willing to help. Rhodes, the community is more than happy to help you with your assignment. If you ever need anything like that again, just let us know, and I'm sure that we will line up to be able to help you out with stuff like that. Based. Bugatti. Bugatti is French? I thought it was Italian. I think you're thinking of, oh, it is French. Ah, German, then French. Oh, shit, it gets complicated, everybody. Hold on. Wait a second. Automobiles Ettore Bugatti was a German, then French manufacturer of high-performance automobiles. The company was founded in 1909 in the then German city of Molsheim, Alsace, by the Italian-born industrial engineer Ettore Bugatti, an Italian inventor in Germany, which is now no longer a part of Germany, and then it was moved to France. Damn. Wild, huh? Okay, everybody's yelling at me to stop stun locking, but it's not my fault. Chat has been so, you all have been so loving and active. There's fucking almost 500 people still hanging out, which is sick as hell. But we gotta do some goddamn drama, okay? We gotta do some drama, okay? All right. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are going to be doing a little bit of drama, okay? Recently, some beef appeared on the internet. And I don't mean the type of beef that you would make a burger out of. Oh, you weren't expecting a shitty pun from me, were you? No, but some beef occurred, okay? Between 2 relatively large lefty content creators. One of them is Badbunny, or most commonly known as Badbunny, but has recently rebranded to KiraChats. And the other one involved in this is Keffals. I hope many of you will be familiar with Keffals. We've actually just talked about Keffals the other day, so I hope you all know who Keffals is. If you don't, Keffals is a very, very popular trans politics streamer. Now, as I understand it, what initially happened was that Badbunny wrote a call-out post on Keffals, and then Keffals responded with a video that we are about to watch. Now, for a very long time, I thought very highly of Badbunny, and in fact, as far as content, raw content goes, I still think pretty highly of Badbunny. Badbunny belongs to a clique of people who do not like me. Who actually, a couple of them actively hate me. Badbunny has a sort of circle of friends, a notoriously insular circle of friends. Now, while I have gotten along with Badbunny for a long time, and in fact, last year, it would have been, yeah, it would have been December or so of 2021, maybe November. I think it was November of 2021. Bad Bunny and I actually did a 12-hour charity stream where we raised $23,000 for GoFundMes of trans people, and also some money for the Southern Trans Rights, Southern Equality Project, which is a trans rights organization. It was a really successful fundraiser. Bad Bunny and I were co-hosting it, and it was a really fantastic thing. I will always think very highly of Bad Bunny for that particular thing. Unfortunately, recently I discovered that Bad Bunny has blocked me on basically on the only social media any of us used at the time, which was Twitter. And that made me kind of bummed because I did not ever have any beef with Bad Bunny. Unfortunately, like I said, Bad Bunny's friend group really does not like me. Specifically, one particular individual. And I'll show you who this is, which is, of course, a guy by the name of DJ Mule. Now, DJ Mule, here, you can just see my thumbnails. Lies and abuse apologia. Darvo, fake leftist mocks Xander Hall for getting abused. Believe it or not, that is not clickbait. Not even a little bit of clickbait. I got very, very mad at DJ Mule because he made a video that was literally nothing but abuse apologia. For no real conceivable reason, he decided to make a 2-hour-long video essay insulting, lying about, and doing abuse apologia towards a content creator who I consider a friend by the name of Xander Hall. This was one of the most dishonest videos I've ever seen in my entire life, and frankly, it was unacceptable behavior for someone who considers themselves a leftist. Hence why I called him a fake leftist, because I don't think he's honestly a leftist. I think his behavior there displayed that he is simply a lying grifter. Now, unfortunately, me blowing up on DJ Mule and countering his explicit lies about Xander Hall landed me in some hot water with a lot of people, which brings us to today. I am very, very interested to see what happened between Bad Bunny and Keffals because, well, I just really hope that it's not more of what I've seen so far. I am not so naive as to believe that people cannot behave worse or that people that I formerly liked cannot engage in bad behavior. However, there have been some major claims about Keffals going around recently. And in fact, Keffals has been the subject of not just a global harassment campaign. I mean that, literally. Keffals was driven out of her home, then driven out of her hotel room, then driven out of her hotel room again, and publicly threatened. People threatened to bomb a restaurant that Keffals was at. Not joking about that. That is a real thing that happened. And so I can't help but feel kind of strange that there are people jumping on board with dogpiling campaigns against Keffals when Keffals certainly did not do anything, at least to my knowledge, that would deserve such a horrible and fierce and dangerous reaction. So without any further ado, we are going to react and we are going to hear Keffals' case. This video is titled Bad Bunny, Liar, Grifter, and Manipulator. Let's have it. Let's do it, everybody. Here we go.
You are a detriment. You are harmful. And this is directly a subtweet about me, right? When she's saying that I am harmful and that I'm a detriment. I want to get mad for a second. I need to get mad for a second because it's important. So, we all know who Bad Bunny is. Is there anyone here who doesn't know who Bad Bunny is? Bad Bunny, not the rapper, is a Twitch streamer. She's one of the first streamers that I befriended when I started streaming a couple years ago. I knew that there was a lot of really bad shit about her, but I decided not to bring it up anyway because I didn't want to rock the boat. And she recently decided to come at me, and I don't think she's really in a position to. I want to go over this because the bridge is burnt. She tried to change her name from Bad Bunny to KiraChats because she wanted to avoid the kind of shit that she's associated with. So I'll show you all exactly what I'm talking about from today. And I need you all to know, out of respect for a lot of the streamers that I know, there's some really fucking weird shit that's happened behind the scenes. Like, a lot of streamers do not actually, you know, they never tell you the full story about what's happening. But there's some really fucking weird and gross shit that I've heard about. That I don't think I'm in a position at this point in time to talk about. But I have sat on this kind of shit for a long time. And she decided just recently to come at me for like little to no reason, despite all of the shit that she said and done. Some of the clips that I want to show you were so bad, they got banned from the Streamable website, and I had to find them in archives. So if you don't...
Some of us are already familiar with these clips. Some of these clips are indeed very, very bad. To be charitable to Badbunny, as charitable as I can be, I have no real reason. Badbunny blocked me out of nowhere, and Badbunny's friend group treats me and my friends like absolute shit. But I'm gonna be charitable anyway. Badbunny has not been a leftist for all that long. That doesn't excuse past behavior, but just keep in mind that a lot of these things that we're probably gonna see here in a minute, Badbunny has addressed and has at the very least like directly addressed and said like that was like, I don't believe that shit, that was bad of me to say. So credit where credit is due for that. You know, just so you know. Let's go.
No, I'll show you how Badbunny got popularized in the first place, but this isn't really associated with that. Like, she got known as the $5 girl because of the Moist Critical. I'll put it on while I'm gathering what I'm looking for.
How that results in 0 subs. There are regulars here. $5 a month. How are you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching? Because it's like people... Okay.
But Bad Bunny was kind of spitting here, okay? I'm sorry. $5, the $5, I know some people hate this, but I think this is funny as shit, okay? I think it's really funny to blow up on your chat if your chat is being like shitty to you and shaking them down, because I mean, it's like, you know, it is mean and it is a faux pas and it is egotistical, but it's also very, very funny. And also, you should pay your streamers if you can. Obviously, if you don't have money, don't fucking pay us. But if you do, please tip us. We work very, very hard. So, you know, but I'm just saying, it's funny. This show will always be free. Yes. I will do my absolute best to make sure that this show will always be free. I have no desire to paywall my show. I strongly believe in my show being free and accessible to all. Sirius says, I'm not a Keffals hater, but I am a little weirded out about sitting on bad things until someone does something against you. Shouldn't that be published right away if it's bad enough? I'm going to be charitable as I'm in a charitable mood. As you can see, I'm being charitable to both Badbunny, and I'm also going to be a little charitable to Keffals. I think what Keffals meant is that she had heard things, but she didn't know about, she didn't have any confirmation from her own experience. Everybody who's a political streamer has bad things about them. You guys know that Vosh, of course, has a million different things that he gets clipped out of context for. You guys know that people claim that I like cook meth in my bathtub and that I'm like the gender fairy, like delivering like HRT needles in the middle of the night. People say absurd things about streamers. Parasociality is wild. So I can understand hearing some things and not immediately publishing anything until you have confirmation that that person is a piece of shit and that this isn't just something made up. I'm going to be charitable to Keffals, and I think that's what she was trying to talk about. Yeah. Sophie, thank you very, very much for the $5 a month. Thank you. Thank you very much. Keffals said she was a tiny streamer when she heard about BB, so she was afraid of being destroyed by Bad Bunny's community. I do believe that that's a possibility. Bad Bunny's community has in the past at various times been really, really intense. So I do believe that could be a real fear. And I also don't entirely blame somebody for that. Like, for example, you guys know how much it's hurt my channel to be targeted by a gigantic pre-established streamer. I've been doing this for 3 years. My production quality is through the roof. My segments are awesome and well-researched and prepared. I'm funny as hell, and I'm sexy too. And yet, because my reputation was literally shot from orbit by a set of larger streamers, it made the battle to grow this channel very difficult. Like, some of you were here for that. Some of you saw how badly in real time having complete bullshit made up about me and spread to the corners of the internet has made it like difficult for me to bounce back from that. So I totally understand that fear. Anyway, let's continue. Let's not get distracted on the past. Let's continue.
People just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Well, this parasite's right about one thing: nobody respects her as a content creator. Now, I'm not going to mention this streamer by name because I'm pretty sure she loves negative publicity. She does up shit all the time just to get her name out there.
This is how she became known. However, the reality of the situation is a lot grosser. It wasn't that she was doing this willy-nilly. It's that she's literally a findom streamer. Like, she constantly berates her chat like the sub goals are pay pigs. It's kind of gross.
I disagree a little bit with Keffals here. I think that's great. Okay, I think that's fucking funny. Okay, I used to watch Badbunny a lot. I think that's fucking funny. If you get a tier 3 sub in Keffals' chat, you get a 3D golden pig chewing on money. I'm sorry, I think it's funny. I think that's really a good, it's not explicitly sexual in any way. It's literally, that's just the rapport that she has set up with her chat. And I do think there are some times where it's taken too far. Like, for example, I do think that like singling out and berating people who are your pay pigs, but they're not actually your pay pigs. You don't have like an actual established kink relationship. I do think that can be problematic. I do think it can go so far. But the overall bit, I gotta say, I think it's funny. Okay, I think it's funny. What did I say about Keffals? Sorry, but I may have bungled a word there. Apologies if I bungled a word. You probably know what I meant with context clues. Let's continue.
Completely went over the head of everyone who was criticizing her for it. Don't kink shame. Look, I understand if you're doing findom shit, but if you also say I am a leftist educator, it feels fucking weird, because then it's like if you want to engage with her in politics, you are entering into like these these sexual spaces that you don't necessarily want to be a part of. And you might not even know what's going on, like in the case of Moist Critical here. Completely went over his head.
Negative public image literally ruins you. And this one is definitely bigger than she anticipated, because no one likes someone this shamelessly greedy. She is a streamer who runs political talk shows, but the majority of the stream is spent begging and shaming people into giving her money. And it's some of the most pathetic shit I've seen on Twitch.
This is drama from a long time ago, but I thought it was necessary to just show you, like, this is what she was known for. And over the years, it's been an entire clusterfuck. But I know that I'm not here today to like go over, here is every fucking weird thing about this person. Here is her entire history. I'm not that kind of content creator. I'm here to talk about the fight that she had with me. She decided to come at me on Twitter. She subtweeted me, and then she blocked me on Twitter, so I couldn't even respond. Here's what she was going on about. Keemstar has directly harassed me and countless other marginalized people, routinely fucks teenagers, and has literally gotten people killed. But it's super cool that so many of you think he's epic and base now because he said trans people exist. Y'all would befriend Kyle Rottenhouse if he said be gay, do crime. I need you to know that you are a pawn for capitalist recuperation. You are a detriment. You are harmful. And this is...
Wow. Okay. We're gonna pause for a second. You guys remember just last stream when I said that there are good reasons and good ways to criticize Keffals about this? Like, I almost said the exact first part, the very first part of the first tweet, not the whole first tweet, where I said, Keemstar is a notorious piece of shit. He has a mountain of controversies that are very legitimate following him. And remember how I said in my last stream that I understand if people were angry at Keffals because of not being, like, they were angry at Keffals for not being able to, like, call him on those things. But that they should avoid going so unhinged that they ruin their own critique and that they ruin our ability to have a healthy conversation about it. Yeah. Well, thank goodness that in this particular case, Bad Bunny's call out illustrated exactly what I'm talking about, which is that Bad Bunny has a good reason to not like Keemstar, obviously. But then, of course, to go and say content creators like Keffals are harmful and helping capitalist recuperation, when that's just not what happened at all. That's not what happened at all. It's so annoying. It's so stupid. Anyway, that's why I said what I said in my last stream. That's why I showed what it would look like to build actual critique, actual constructive critique.
Directly a subtweet about me, right? When she's saying that I am harmful and that I'm a detriment. Because later on, she responds directly to someone saying, it's a shame that a popular trans activist is promoting him right now, despite all the harm he's caused. And she responds by saying that I'm sanitizing his reputation, which...
Remember when I talked about the fact that I wish that Keffals had been able to capitalize or actually I should say that Keffals had either stopped him from just talking about his side of the story or had been able to give some pushback to that? That's not sanitizing his reputation. Like, that's just not what that means. And I can understand if you use that flippantly, but following up this call out post, let's continue.
I'm not. And anyone who actually engaged with the debate, who watched it, knew. I pushed back. Like, very few people have pushed back. Like, I know people who've been following Keemstar for years, and they told me they do not know other people who have pushed him that hard in a conversation about things like Etika, or tried to make him own up to like any of the racist or anti-Semitic or homophobic shit that he's done over the years. But this kind of stuff doesn't matter. The thing that's really funny to me about this situation, I have some conviction, and I will die on the hill that I believe that people should be forgiven if you want to forgive them, if they truly want to change and be better people. That's something I've always believed in. That's why I said, like, if people left kiwi farms and they truly regretted the kind of shit that they were doing, they'd be welcome in my community. That's why I even gave Keemstar a chance in the first place, because I wanted to see if he wasn't trolling. And the only reason I was friendly with Nicole in the first place is because I believe the same thing, because the kinds of shit I'm about to show you that she's gotten into over the years is fucking insane. So, like, here's a clip. And you tell me how this is defensible.
I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual. I couldn't do it. There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously, if it's like, obviously there could be exceptions, all you super literal nerds out there, but like, I don't like, if a guy's like having sex with other guys and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, racist and sexist, please don't say that. Even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth at the thought of sexual contact with him.
If you find me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth is an actual thing that she said 100% in earnest.
And this is why you should never, ever attempt to be an internet woke scold call-out post writer if you have a history of saying on film to hundreds or perhaps even thousands of people things like that. It's a bad clip. Yep, folks, that's a bad clip.
And she's going off on me, cutting ties, and saying that I am harmful and that absolutely fucking insane. Just like fucking completely insane that she feels like she has any sort of moral high ground to stand on. And it gets worse from here too.
Not every black bisexual I throw up in my mouth at the sight of. Just like, you know, we're talking sexually. You can't hate gay people anymore. Why not? I want to hate whoever the fuck I want to hate. I want to hate a person because they're wearing Crocs. Why can't I hate a person because of whatever else trivial? If that reason is trivial, if I can hate a person for wearing Crocs, that's an incredibly trivial reason, and then people can harp on me about how stupid it is for me to hate an entire person because of the Crocs they wear. But you see me I will hate the fuck out of that Croc wearing freak, and I have no qualms about it. So if I can hate a person for wearing Crocs and no one's gonna make a peep about it, then me saying I don't get. Actually, my vagina doesn't lubricate at the thought of a bisexual man.
Holy shit.
And then people are, well, you can hate everything about the Croc wearing guy, but if your vagina doesn't lubricate right the fuck now, we're gonna have some problems, and I'm gonna have to tell on you to the internet land.
You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. You want to know what was really funny? Remember how I mentioned that DJ Mule guy before? DJ Mule is the co-host of a podcast that Badbunny / KiraChats is on. And in his video where he was freaking out about Xander Hall, and he made interestingly totally false claims about Xander Hall's past, he played those clips and then defended them while condemning Xander Hall for a past that DJ Mule had fabricated. It was really fucking weird. And this is one of the problems that I've had with the friend group that surrounds and includes Badbunny, which is that they lie all the time about anybody that they don't like. Like, they will literally they will pull no punches. They basically will do disinformation campaigns. I mean, multiple people involved with that specific friend group have propagated explicit, years-old debunked lies about people like Xander Hall. It's wild. And I don't get it. I don't understand why that's necessary or how that's helpful to anything, except for as like the most desperate, like in-group, out-group, click infighting that you can imagine. Anyway, let's continue.
I think she's harmful. I think she's a grifter. I think that she still most likely believes all of the things that she said in those old clips, but she realizes that the only way that she can make
Skunksy, Skunksy asks, do you have a position on this, or is this a first time watch? I've not watched this video. I heard through the grapevine about the call out post, but this is my first time watching this video. So yeah, I'm watching it as a live reaction. There you go.
A living still is to present herself as a progressive. I think it's pretty obvious. She surrounds herself with progressives. There is a grifter clip. That's not one I found.
That's a huge section of
But this one was really fucking bad. So in this clip, Nicole makes an argument that white people are only attracted to other white people because of evolution, and that's why she doesn't want to date black people. I'm like, that's her argument. It's fucking insane. She literally transitioned into Adolf Hitler.
That's a huge section of people to just completely write off as unattractive. And it just seems like kind of strange. Like, is it literally like just the skin color is like unattractive to you? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a weird statement to me.
It's as simple as evolutionarily, we want to fucking propagate our fucking like shit. And so propagating our own fucking shit involves finding people that are similar to our own shit.
Well, I mean, that's not true by definition, though. That's a
I actually haven't seen this clip. This is a new one for me.
Huge section of people.
Yeah, no. Yeah, she's literally making arguments against race mixing. And this was only a couple years ago. This isn't ancient news. I went into her chat today and I asked her if she'd be willing to have a conversation with me. And her response was, her mods timed me out for an hour and then she looked at.
Posadas John says, she's Badolf Blittler. No, she's Badolf Bunitler, if you were going to be correct. And I'm not making that. I'm just correcting your insult for the record. So don't fucking clip me on that. It's Bunitler. Thank you. Let's continue.
Upset for like 30 minutes before she raided out, and then she locked her Twitter account. Yeah, she deleted her VOD from today too. Oh yeah, no, she unmodded me. I used to be a mod from her chat. She was one of the first streamers that supported me. I've been on her stream before. She's been on my stream multiple times. And then when the Keemstar stuff came up, she threw me under the fucking bus. That's why I think she's manipulative. That's why I think that she's a grifter. Because she only cares. It seems like she only cared as much as she did about trans people and other minority groups because it would make her look progressive. Yeah, did I know about this stuff before the Keemstar bit? I always knew about this stuff, but I was afraid to call it out. But this year is different. In the year of our Lord 2023, if someone is a piece of shit, I'm going to say they're a piece of shit. I don't care if it means
based, fucking based and spine pilled, and you will have my support in that.
That I have to burn bridges. I want to say the truth, no matter how inconvenient it is, no matter how rocky it makes things. So, okay, here's some good stuff from back in the day. In 2017, here's her old Discord logs for the word tranny. So as long as I don't call transgender people traps and yell die tranny faggot, I'm not transphobic. Shut up, faggot, Jew tranny boy. What kind of tranny? Maybe faggot isn't being used as a slur against homosexuals. It's insane. Like, she just like keeps going off on this shit. Oh yeah, no, and this isn't even all of it. It gets so much, like, this is just like the transphobic and homophobic bits. Hold on, I have the other stuff. Just a second. I'm not even going to like repeat the shit here. Okay, we already saw the faggot stuff. You can just take a look. There are pages of her just saying the N-word. Just, it's fucking disgusting. Absolutely, it's just so fucking gross. Yeah, what was this? 21 results for the N-word? So it's like, Nicole has, because of all this stuff, she nuked her Discord. You can't find any of these logs. All of these logs are now just in screenshots because of the Discord nuke. Okay, wait, someone just said, okay, now Keffals decides she's offended when she gets mad at a person. No, that's not the situation. The situation is that I was a small streamer and I did not want to call someone out who could fucking ruin me. That was the situation. Like, I was scared to actually even talk about that. And now we're in a different situation. I can talk about this now, and I'm glad. I'm glad that I can, because it fucking sucks. It's wrong. Bad Bunny's making sure to use it all. Oh yeah, no, the DJ Mule stuff is fucked too. So Bad Bunny runs in a crowd of people. I've seen this pattern before. She feels deeply ashamed of her old behavior, but rather than make amends for her own behavior, she disavows other people for stuff she only learned not to do 10 minutes ago. She denies others the grace she depends on. Because that's the thing. She went from right wing to left because leftists, at least actual leftists, believe in rehabilitation. If you want to see the world that you want to build, you need to be willing to forgive people even if they do not deserve to be forgiven. I'm sorry, that's the truth. That's the only way that you can make the world a better place. And she relies on that grace, but then she goes into it with this incredibly punitive attitude. She doesn't believe in that. She believes in punishing people. But if you punish everyone, they're never going to change. You call yourself a leftist and you want to perpetuate the same fucking systems. Why is it that when I decide to finally, when I decide to do the right thing, when I decide to go forward and be like, here are all the fucked up things that are happening, people are like, oh, well, why didn't you do this earlier? It's like, let people make the right decisions. Just shut the fuck up. The thing with Kira is that she runs in a circle called the Red Planet podcast or whatever the fuck it.
Espen M says, I didn't think that Keffals did an amazing job with Keemstar, but it would be like disavowing Xander Hall because he had a less than optimal debate with Lauren Southern, completely out of proportion. Well, this group was mad at Xander Hall for that. they tried to say, first of all, Xander Hall's debate was way better than people gave him credit for, first of all. I was the one who based fucking Demon Mama had the spine to stand up and say, actually, Xander Hall did way better than people said. But secondly, this entire group of people did get mad at Xander Hall for that because they believe that making a mistake is the same, as long as you're someone they don't like, making a mistake may as well disqualify you from a leftist. But of course, they can make as many mistakes as they want, as long as, you know, but they're special, you know, because they're in the in-group. So they can make as many mistakes as they want, but anybody outside, you're fucked. It's very, very silly. It's a very silly way of approaching things.
And earlier, I guess like in mid-2022, one of the co-hosts decided to completely turn on me, and that was DJ Mule. So I'm just gonna leak DMs real quick. I've done this before, but I want to show you how fucking snaky these people are. So here are my DMs with DJ Mule. In early 2022, I called ChudLogic a pedophile, and I got relentlessly fucking dragged for doing it. The reason I did was because of information that came from DJ Mule. So he said, "Hey Keffals, hope you're good, love. Just wondering how much you know about No Comment Chick, the woman you hosted earlier today. What about her? She hate raids me, Sophie from Mars, and a bunch of our friends regularly." I said I didn't believe that. I do believe that now, but at the time I didn't. And I asked him, like, how are you sure? You got me in shit before. You didn't have evidence that ChudLogic is a pedophile. And I got fucking dragged for saying that. I said to him, I used his thread as proof ChudLogic was a pedophile, which resulted in like 2 weeks of drama and multiple call-out videos. Here's his response. I was busy at the time, and he fucking essay posted at me before blocking me. I mean, I'm sorry that happened, but I would never have asked you to do that. So it's like, okay, you know, call people out for being child sexual predators, but don't act on that information. You know, I just want the clout from the Twitter thread. Never actually try to keep your community safe. It's so fucking
literally fucking true though. DJ Mule is a fucking disinformation merchant. DJ Mule is a giant piece of shit, and the only job that he does is to make everybody else's work harder by being insane and saying untrue things. He's made false claims about Zan. He's made false claims about fucking ChudLogic. And just for the record, as you all know, I am like currently embroiled in a beef with ChudLogic's editor, and by extension, I guess, ChudLogic. So I'm not here like, I'm not exactly like the super ChudLogic defender here, but DJ Mule gave Keffals false information, which Keffals then reported. And to be fair, to defend Keffals here, Keffals corrected it within 30 seconds. Like I'm talking like somewhere around 10 seconds it took for Keffals to correct the record. But still, accusing somebody of being a pedophile without evidence is a pretty major thing to do. So obviously Keffals felt pretty bad about that. And in fact, Keffals went out of her way to apologize in person to ChudLogic, which I believe ChudLogic has even verified. Anyway, the point is, DJ Mule exists to fucking spread disinformation. He is a detriment, a genuine detriment. Let's continue.
Fucking performative. I hate all of these people. Like, I appreciate what you did a lot, and you defo put yourself in the crosshairs with that, but like, yeah, it's a super fucked up situation, and he is a groomer. Obviously, a lot of people disagree with the word pedophile regarding him, and that's up to them, but I believe that girl 1000%, and he did try to groom her. But I guess if you don't trust me now, I can't really do anything about that. I would ask you to trust her ex-mods, though. And then, like, before I even fucking respond, I get the fucking essay post. The more I think about what you said, the more I'm pissed about it. You decide to publicly speak out about someone grooming, and that's a brave and great thing to do, but you don't get to say I was responsible for getting you dragged.
You wrote a thread of disinformation. Yes, she does. You published a thread making claims about somebody. You were somebody who is being given some level of trust. You have broken that trust. Yes, everyone gets to complain about you lying on the internet for petty clout. They absolutely fucking do. God, DJ Mule is such a brain-dead piece of shit.
The debate community standing up for each other because toxic masculinity trumps believing victims is what got you dragged, and I would have never recommended you start that shit because I knew that would happen. I'm coming to you with this info about Irene because she is someone deeply hurtful and is possibly a danger to people in your community. I don't want you to drama stream about it. I don't want you to tweet about it. I just wanted you to know. And while you're at it, stop making apologies for Vosh when he's a well-known piece of shit for multiple reasons and his followers took down a literal trans advocacy group.
Literally another lie. This has been debunked so many times. The idea that his community took down a well-known trans advocacy group, it's literal bullshit. A Twitter account that did trans advocacy, a tiny Twitter account that did trans advocacy, aka they talked about trans stuff on the internet, posted a poll, like a questionnaire, and they said, hey, are there anybody out there who actually likes Vosh? And if so, why? It was something along those lines. It was like, whatever. And then Vosh, not rating, Vosh did not know this person, just said, hey, why don't you guys respond to this and let them know what you think? And there was a bunch of positive responses about Vosh. And this person got mad, deleted the thread, and then went private because they were hoping for a negative reaction about Vosh, but they got a positive reaction about Vosh. That's the actual true story that actually happened. And Vosh has a video on this if you want to see all the receipts in action. But we've talked about this a million times. DJ Mule is a dishonest, lying, grifting piece of shit, fraud leftist, and abuse apologia. And that, by the way, you can fucking put your money on that because I've got an entire video with every single motherfucking receipt in it. You want to see the truth? Go watch my fucking DJ Mule video and you can see it with your own fucking eyes. You can take that to the bank. You know, it's funny. Do you want to know why people trust my word when I talk about things? It's because I don't fucking talk shit without shit to back it up.
Because they disagreed with him. I don't know what you think.
Weren't you the first person to talk about him? Yes, I was. My video was the first response video to DJ Mule before even Xanderhall did it. Because I saw I happened by pure chance to see DJ Mule's video. And when I saw the title, I was like, I know that this is going to be bullshit. So I brought it up on stream and we watched it and reacted there. Because I fucking knew that motherfucker was going to be lying about Xanderhall. And I was right.
Think you're gonna gain by sticking up for a known racist. Okay, this guy literally has a podcast with I will never date a black bisexual lady. Like, where is this moral high ground coming from? Like, I don't understand how they must have, I don't fucking know. Just the fucking flexibility of this guy to suck his dick that hard. I don't want anything to do with you unless you sort your shit out. Disappointed and upset in so many ways about this shit.
Wow, dude, holy shit, what a fucking cuck. I don't want anything to do with you until you sort out your shit. You don't trust me because I lie all the time, and I don't want anything. You're losing, I'll have you know, you're losing the support of Dr. Robotnik over here. Yeah, my tiny 1K subscriber YouTube channel, we're gonna denounce you. Dude, shut the fuck up. What a cuck.
So, like, this is kind of like the condescension that I have to deal with from this crowd, where they're constantly defending someone who has said racial slurs and homophobic slurs and transphobic slurs and made eugenics arguments about why they don't want to date black people. Meanwhile, I'm being treated like a child and being told, here's the bad guys, here's the good guys. By the way, don't talk about the skeletons in our closet. It's just so fucking grifty. It's so performative and it's so manipulative. That whole crowd is toxic. But yeah, no, it's just, I wanted to talk about it because I'm just mad. I'm I feel like I was manipulated and I was used. I was being used as a token tranny to rehab someone's image who is a really vile human being. And everyone on the leftist space of Twitch who knows who she is knows about this shit, but no one says a fucking word about it. Like, it's just like this weird open secret. I'm getting so pissed off at the left online just because it's full of so many incredibly performative people who don't believe in rehabilitation, who want everyone to live in an echo chamber. It's like they have no actual fucking values. They treat it like it's a social club rather than a legitimate political movement. I can't fucking take it. I'm so fucking mad. Like, I'm still always going to be a leftist, but when people are being fucking dumb, I will treat them like they're fucking dumb now. Hi, thank you so much for watching. If you want to participate in the chat and the videos while they're live, you can do so by making an account at Keffals.gg. Also, my videos on this channel regularly get demonetized, so if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so at patreon.com/Keffals.
This is a fucking good idea. This end roll is sick. I gotta do an end roll like that. Obviously, it'll be my own whole style, but this is such a fucking smart idea. Good call, Keffals. All right, well, that was super interesting. A lot of older stuff, which is fair. Because that was the topic. But yeah, guys, like, as it turns out, like, call-outs have to be used sparingly and they have to be based on the truth, or else they are not valuable at all. Calling out people as a culture, you know, call-out culture, is not a good thing, as it turns out. And it can be weaponized really, really easily against really good people. Firing shots at Keffals in the center of Keffals being turbo dogpiled is not helpful. I'm not, as you guys should know, I literally did an entire video where I talked about critiques of Keffals and why most of the people who were jumping on board this giant dog pile weren't actually critiquing Keffals. As you should know from that, I'm more than willing to offer critiques of basically anybody. I am willing to critique even people that I am friends with IRL. But I try to do so constructively and to not do so wastefully. And more importantly, arguably even than that, well, I think more importantly than that in general, is that I stick to the truth. If I'm gonna make a claim about somebody, I'm gonna fucking back it up. If I'm gonna make a claim about what somebody said, I'm gonna fucking back it up. It's that easy. And as it turns out, that is a much more productive way of doing things. A call out is just a tool, and it's not even that powerful of a tool most of the time, but a call out that spreads disinformation, a call out that does nothing but hurt somebody else that doesn't deserve to be hurt, is not useful for anyone. And it's really unfortunate that, like, it seems to me like basically the Badbunny clique that, like, that has like the Thought Slime, DJ Mule, Sophie from Mars, you know, Badbunny, and that whole little group. I don't know. I don't know who else. I don't know if I know FD Signifier does a lot of stuff with them, but I don't know if he considers himself actually a part of that group. But that little group of people, they seem to be basically just like ejecting themselves entirely from the left. They've basically burned every single bridge, and I don't think it's going to be a good. I don't think it's going to pay off. I don't think it's going to pay off as a play. I don't think it's going to pay off politically. I don't think that it's effective. I think it's just hurtful. When you just like jump on every piece of disinformation you can about people that you dislike, it just means you actually have no grounds to actually criticize anybody. If you just lie about every person that you dislike, nobody trusts you. You literally suffocate yourself, and it's really fucking stupid. So, you know, critical support for Keffals, as we can understand. And yeah, that's I guess that's all for this particular drama. Yeah, well, I don't have much else to say about it. Keffals based, pointless call outs, not based. There we go. I used to like Sophie from Mars, but I can't trust their stuff anymore. They just flat out lie sometimes. Yeah, that's the problem that I have with Sophie from Mars as well. I actually quite like a lot of Sophie from Mars general work, but I'm not gonna, I don't know. There's tons of good work out there. There's tons of great work out there. I don't really care to like sit there and try and sift through what is truth and what is lies with somebody who's lied repeatedly. Like Sophie from Mars jumped on so hard onto the Xanderhall disinformation. I don't give a shit. Like, it's not worth it. Serena is dumb, says Bad Bunny can never be forgiven for her past. That's not true. That's totally not true. In fact, I think a lot of people are totally willing to forgive Bad Bunny for her past, and but also believe that she should do the same for others, that she shouldn't lie about other people and have a double standard where she can say heinous and horrible things just a few years ago, but people who didn't even do anything like that are somehow bad. Like, guys, the argument against Xanderhall is always, they basically say that he's like bringing right-wingers onto the left by being like not as far left as some of them, but also apparently because at one point he was like in the alt-right pipeline and then he got out. Like, Xanderhall never did any of the things, the horrible things that Bad Bunny did. And keep in mind, Bad Bunny did those with a platform. Bad Bunny wasn't just like racist as a teenager or something like that. Bad Bunny projected explicit racism and race realism from her platform. Xanderhall never did that. He doesn't do that. So it's just a gigantic, obvious double standard. And it sucks. It fucking sucks. I think FD Signifier has distanced himself from Mule. That's a wise choice. Anybody who wants to be taken seriously should get as far away from DJ Mule as possible. Like I said before, DJ Mule should hang up his hat. He should stop making videos. He should leave the internet as a public figure. DJ Mule is not somebody who is trustworthy as an online political figure. And the good news is he has no actual reach, except for that one video, which was so audacious that people had to respond to it. Yep. Okay, everybody, I have one more treat for you. Actually, we can check. Has DJ Mule made any other videos since then? I'm curious now. Now that somebody in chat asked, I'm curious. And then I have a treat for you all. I have an extra treat. I have an extra special treat. Okay, everybody? Hold on. Let's find out. Yeah, treat. Okay, when you search DJ Mule, the first video is Ecofish, which, to be fair, Ecofish's video is pretty fucking good. Then it's Xanderhall, then it's his channel, then it's that. Hey, mine's fallen out of the search results. What the hell? It's because it's too old. I was too based, I was too early. And also, it usually filters out my own channel
Debate
results.
bros are proven again.
Nope, he hasn't published a single video since that fucking absolutely fucking terrible goddamn video. Nothing. The dude is fucking done, which good. He should be. He's made a bunch of shorts though. How stupid are they? No! Oh, they're all the same. They're all the same face. Ooh. Damn. This is the worst. This is the absolute worst advertisement for your channel you could possibly imagine. Jessica Metal says it's so wild that DJ Mule's video was so bad that it united VGG, DGG, and my community in shitting on him. Yeah, it was a miracle. A genuine nightmare. It was a dark miracle. Unbelievable. How do your shorts do that bad with a channel of his size? Well, his channel's only got 6,000 subscribers. And before that, he had like 1,000 or something. He didn't even bother to save the circle, so it had to be redone. I just noticed that. The circle is different every single time. He didn't save the filter. It's literally different every single time. This one is so fucked up. Oh no. Oh no. We're being so mean right now. Oh, I don't care. Oh. Ooh. That's so bad. Okay, everybody. All right, everybody. I have some bad news for you, okay? Okay, I have some bad news for you, everybody. We have to talk about something hard, okay? We have to talk about something really hard, okay? So, let's get serious, okay? There has been a death in the family, okay? And by that, I mean the Mars Candy family. Yes, that's right, everybody. Today, the conservatives killed the M&M mascots once and for all. I'm very sorry to tell you, but unfortunately, as of today, and yes, this is real, this is the actual official M&M's account, there will be no more M&M mascots for the foreseeable future. Let's read the statement together, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty, okay, everybody? America, let's talk. In the last year, we've made some changes to our beloved spokes candies. I'm so sorry, everybody. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, and we definitely didn't think that it would break the internet. But now we get it. Even a candy's shoes can be polarizing, which was the last thing M&M's wanted, since we're all about bringing people together. Therefore, we've decided to take an indefinite pause from the spokes candies. In their place, we are proud to introduce a spokesperson America can agree on, the beloved Maya Rudolph. We are confident Miss Rudolph will champion the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels they belong. Republicans have taken yet another, and in the great culture war, the left has been dealt a fatal blow. A nigh fatal blow. We will survive, but it will be very difficult. As you know, if you've been paying attention at all, if you've been watching Tucker, have you been watching Tucker? Have you been watching Crowder? Have you been watching Benny Benny's? Have you been watching Greg Gutfeld's gut-busting right-wing comedy show? Have you guys been busting a gut over Gutfeld? Have you guys been tucking with Tucker? Because if you were paying attention even a little bit, you would know that the M&Ms went woke, okay? They introduced, you can see her right here, down here, you can see her right there where my mouse is circling around. You can see they introduced a woke M&M. And when I say that they introduced a woke M&M, I mean that she's purple and she's slightly chunkier than the other ones because she's filled with caramel. They went woke and the conservatives lost their mind. Okay, I have to drop the irony because it's actually painful. Conservatives have been having a public meltdown over the M&Ms for like a month. And that's the second meltdown over M&Ms that they've had in the last calendar year. Tucker Carlson was very angry that they changed the shoe design on the green M&M from like high heels with like leggings or something to just normal shoes because apparently that was going woke, and they got extra mad about the purple M&M. Because the purple M&M was supposed to be like a body positivity character or something like that. Oh my God, it's actually insane. I want to show you guys. I want to see, can I, oh yeah, I have it right here. I saved an, oh yeah, where did I put it? Oh yeah, I have it right here. Okay, let me grab the story real quick. Where did I put it? There's a bunch of quotes that I wanted to show you. There's a whole bunch of quotes that I wanted to show. Where did I fucking send it? Did I send it to Doe? Was it to Doe that I sent this? Where did I put it? Ah, well, whatever. We'll just look it up. Forbes M&Ms. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is the one. Let me read you some quotes from here, okay? This is from Forbes, okay? Here's some key facts, all right? Let me see. Here we go. Here's some quotes, all right? Fox News personality Tucker Carlson dedicated a segment to the candies, saying the woke M&Ms are back. The green M&M is now a lesbian, maybe, and there's also a plus-sized, obese purple M&M. Conservative personality Nick Adams tweeted, every American with half a brain should be outraged by M&Ms going woke, as manhood is under attack like no other time in world history. These are direct quotes, by the way. I just want you to understand, manhood is under attack like no other time in world history because of the M&Ms is a direct quote from Nick Adams. So those are just a couple of the, here's another one. Will M&Ms still melt in your hands if they identify as trans? Fox pundit Greg Gutfeld pondered last year in a heated segment on his show dedicated to the woke candies. Do we have the actual segment? Oh my God. All right, I'm making you guys watch this. Let's do it. This is Gutfeld. Let's listen. Let's hear him riffing about the woke M&Ms. Are you guys ready? Let's fucking do it.
Will M&Ms still melt in your hands?
Will M&Ms still melt in your hands? Gutfeld, oh, by the way, okay, I'm not gonna say this lightly. Gutfeld might be the most brain damaged person that has ever worked at Fox News. As in, he literally bungles his own jokes and lines all the time. M&Ms don't melt in your hand. That's the joke. The old tagline for M&Ms is melt in your mouth, not in your hand. He literally fucks the opening joke up of his M&Ms are destroying masculinity segment. Gutfeld is so fucking stupid. He's like a black hole. The people around him, if you ever actually watch Gutfeld on any show that isn't just him, well, you guys are gonna get to see how gut-bustingly funny this is gonna be. But if you ever see a show with Greg Gutfeld hanging out with anyone else, they all hate his guts. I'm not kidding you. Go check out any of the other shows on Fox News. I think there's a Fox News segment called The Five, which is 5 different Fox News people, and one of them is Greg Gutfeld. He literally sucks the joy out of the room. His co-hosts hate his fucking ass. He ruins their jokes. He will interrupt other people's jokes to say something that makes no sense, and then the audience is just dead, sitting there. Like fucking dead air. Fucking Gutfeld. Holy fucking shit. Fortnite says, I don't know, Glenn Beck was pretty stupid. Gutfeld makes Glenn Beck look like a Shakespearean master actor. I'm not kidding you. Like, fucking Glenn Beck would like cry on stream. Glenn Beck would be like, they're coming for the Christians and it makes me so sad. Oh, Gutfeld will just look directly in the camera and deliver a fucked up line. He does this. This is his idea of joke delivery. He'll be like, do the M&Ms melt in your hand when she's a trans? Watch. I'm just gonna make you see this. I'm just gonna make you watch this. Let's do this.
If they identify as trans. When I eat a bag of M&Ms, do I wonder which color and shape best represents my identity? No, because it's chocolate. And also...
No, because it's fucking chocolate. You know what it reminds me of? His line delivery reminds me of that Game Grumps segment where they were doing the Game Grumps were making fun of people who were impersonating the angry video game nerd, and they're like, bitch, bitch. The Mickey Mouse capades. Yes, some of you know it, the Mickey Mouse capades. Just like listen to this. I'm gonna play that again. That made me laugh because it's so bad. Like just listen to this.
Will M&Ms still melt in your hands if they identify as trans? When I eat a bag of M&Ms, do I wonder which color and shape best represents my identity? No, because it's chocolate. So it's obviously the orange one.
Bitch.
But the iconic candy company is giving the mascots makeovers to make them more inclusive. How are they doing this? Well, obviously by changing their footwear. Instead of go-go boots, the seductress green M&M will now wear sneakers.
Seductress green.
Additionally,
Okay.
their voices will be updated in a tone that's more welcoming. Sorry, Kat, no voiceovers for you. Said Catherine.
Did you look at that? Listen to that reaction from the co-host. Okay, ready? I want you to hear the fucking Greg Gutfeld effect. This is what we call the fucking Gutfeld energy draining field.
It's more welcoming. Sorry, Kat, no voiceovers for you. Said Catherine Slight.
Do you think she thought that was funny?
Interesting. Chief Growth Officer at Mars Wrigley. Who better to commit to a world?
Why was he smuggling at the camera? What was supposed to be funny about
With
that?
more moments of fun by increasing a sense of belonging around the globe than M&Ms. I don't know. Maybe Three Musketeers? We could replace their swords with protest signs. But honestly, this is...
He's so stupid. This guy, how does this guy function?
Is weird. If you really, truly want to make an M&M feel like they belong, you probably shouldn't be eating them. I mean, what kind of message does it send to children when you devour these little non-binary bonbons? For commentary, we go to our candy correspondents. That was not a candy correspondent. Cat.
Yes.
Okay. They want to make their little characters inclusive, and then you're going to eat them.
No, I have so many thoughts on this.
Yes.
I do. The green.
I'm making you guys watch the rest. That was 1 minute and 37 seconds of pure pain. This is, and by the way, Gutfeld with an exclamation point is sold as a political comedy show. That is the marketing for this show, is a political comedy show. Let's continue.
M&M is a snake.
Yes.
The new one. The new one. Okay, listen. They have little statements, and she says, I think we all win when we see more women in leading roles. So I'm happy to take on the part of supportive friend when they succeed. Okay, like none of you guys are women, but women all know that the women that are like, I'm a woman and I'm pro-woman and look how pro-women I am. You can't trust them. Because real women, they just do it. They don't need to brag about it like they're running some kind of campaign. And she admits she's doing that. She says, the supportive friend when they succeed, right? Like, okay, yeah, I bet you want to be, their friend when they succeed. Like, you conniving, climbing little bitch. I do not trust her.
All right.
I don't want to be her friend. Okay. So she somehow made it worse. That's the worst kind. You need to run from women like the green M&M, the new green M&M.
Like, I don't even know. Like, the pace of speech is so fast and she's mumbling so much. I don't actually know what she said there. She said, I guess, that the green M&M is a bitch for some reason?
M&M.
Yes, the green M&M is disgusting.
She's an opportunistic, evil bitch.
Wow.
Wow.
Rob, I have to say, corporations may be the most embarrassing entity in all of wokedom because they're so...
Entity? Do you see what I mean about him not even being able to deliver his lines properly? Like, I have a stutter. I fuck up like that and I say things twice and I still don't fuck up my lines. This guy has a teleprompter. I go off the cuff. I don't have a fucking teleprompter. I don't have a script for anything that I do. This guy's on a teleprompter.
Obvious about, like, trying to create a distraction. Please don't come after us for our diabetic starter kit, which is what candy is.
Right.
Here, look at what we did to our little characters, right. But don't look at all the problems sugar causes.
Yeah, don't look at the comorbidity you're creating.
Yes.
Morbidity? That's not what comorbidity means. Oh my God. I told you, it's anti-humor. It literally steals laughter from you. Watching Gutfeld is like torture for your soul.
I was interested though. Kat is projecting a lot into the green M&M. I feel like we should.
I'm not.
We really should come back to that at some point, maybe in the next session.
I'm not projecting. I'm reflecting on my own experience.
Yeah, no, this is really interesting. I really want to.
Kat, we're out of time.
Yeah, right.
But this is check.
I would just say like they are M&Ms are kind of the progressives' idea of the future of the human being, right? We're all kind of shiny and a different color, and we have no genitalia.
What?
That's kind of where they want us to go.
And if you put them in your mouth, the color.
I just need you to look at this guy. This guy, what the thought that's in this guy's brain is, if you don't fucking wrap up this segment as soon as possible, I'm going to kill myself on air. That's what this guy is saying right now. He's just like, I am 5 seconds away from killing myself and everyone in the room if you don't fucking wrap this up.
Put them in your mouth, the color comes off. I don't know what that means. This is part.
He made a joke. I don't know what that joke didn't work. The fucking whatever. He just literally bombed the joke and just tries to walk past it. Fucking stumbling past the joke he just bombed.
Part of this weird thing, Jesse, where we have to make sure on 7 billion people on the planet, not a single person can have their feelings hurt. So everybody's got to do something to make sure.
What? What does that have to do with M&Ms? What is he talking about?
Everybody's okay.
I'm going to try my hand at comedy again.
Oh, God.
And hope it works this time. I came up with some.
Look at this. Okay, guys, get ready. This is a pre-written joke. What's about to come out of his fucking mouth, he just picked it up. This is a joke he wrote. Let's watch.
Some offensive candies.
Oh, God.
I think we need to change their branding. Butterfinger.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But his finger.
Oh, very good.
Right?
Good.
Hershey's Kisses. Hershey's Consensual Kisses.
Nice. Very.
The joke is that consensual sex. The joke is that none of these people have ever had consensual sex.
Good.
Jolly Rancher. Jolly Sustainable Rancher. So I just.
What? Fucking what? Jolly Sustainable Ranch? What? This is insane. This is drivel.
Stop there. You've truly enjoying that.
That's good.
I like these. All right, you know, I'm going to save some for the 5. Which we already taped.
Yeah, you did a great job, by the way, on the 5.
I would say Butterfinger. It's
that was it. That was it. That's what he had. He pre-wrote that joke, and that was all he had.
Finger.
But their finger.
That's my only note.
Thank you.
And you can fit more than one. Last word to you, Walter.
So this is all fake.
Yeah.
M&Ms were already woke.
Right.
A bowl of rainbow-colored candies is as woke as it gets.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, man. If you say so.
But they wanted to get the PR for going woke, so they had to invent a problem. They had to invent a confession. Oh, we aren't as woke as we can be. And so this is fake. Number 2, where's Skittles? Is Skittles just going to stay racist and, because that will give America a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yes. You got a number 3?
I had my wife write all my bits because she knew I'd be taking these painkillers. And thanks, girl.
I think we got to do a special Gutfeld episode where we are all.
Damn. Did he think that the segment was over already when he was just admitted to being fucking blasted out of his mind on painkillers on national television? By the way, just so you know, conservatives basically they're never sober when they produce anything. Fucking Rush Limbaugh was blasted out of his mind for 30 fucking years running his show. And he tried to downplay it too. That motherfucker ran segments about how drug addicts are this, that, and the other thing, how you should put drug addicts in prison, blah, 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 for fucking 30 years. And this bitch was on fucking illegal painkillers for the entire fucking time. What an absolute piece of shit. But whatever, let's continue.
all on painkillers. If we announce it beforehand, then it's not a problem, right? Just
research.
Yeah,
research.
We could call it the CNN New Year's Eve special.
First we all have to break a finger though, so we can get a prescription.
But their finger.
Yeah.
Up next, tips for Jesse, so his debut show isn't messy.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
That's Gutfeld, everybody. Now you've seen it. Now you know just how bad it gets. Okay, everybody? Now you know just how bad it fucking gets. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, damn, I guess I'm conservative now, right? How many views does that have? I don't know. That is a nationally syndicated show. Gutfeld is a nationally syndicated political comedy show. Just grasp that. Have I seen the Tucker Carlson menthol segment? Is that the one where he's like, I want to smoke cigarettes and not weed. People who smoke weed should go to jail. That's it. That's all. Is that what it was? Oh, yeah. I remember this one, Posadas John. Yep. Fuck. By the way, this is the bit that I was referencing when I said that this is the tier of comedy.
Oh my God.
Geez, walking chairs? What's he in a hurry for? To get sit on?
Stop. Oh, I can't handle it.
What's this flashing bird flashing for? Is he the police?
Holy shit.
Geez, you open up a locked treasure chest to get a key. Isn't that ass backwards?
Oh my God.
What's the deal with these wall grenades? You'd think they'd explode a little bit bigger. Come on, game designers, get with it. This game's a bunch of poopy ass strippings covered in semen.
Oh God, the Skittles. I'm gonna throw up Skittles.
Are you okay, Dan? Or do you need a lobotomy?
She's so stupid. Oh my God.
In this game, you play as a retarded mouse named Mickey. He's got his girlfriend with him, but she should be too busy in the kitchen.
No! My mini!
Sometimes your girlfriend gets kidnapped by a bird. Just like her, bitch.
That's the part right there. That's the part I was talking about. Where he's just like, bitch. Incredible. Fucking incredible. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Oh my dear God. I didn't know you liked Game Grumps. I've watched them on and off throughout the years, but that was one of the segments I always loved the most. That was a golden segment. Okay, everybody, I want to do one real quick wrap off. We're going to be turning this into a DNN news short. So I'm just going to give a little material for Jazz Dog to work with. My lovely, lovely imps, this is DNN, Demon News Network. We have just found out some terrible news from the front line of the culture war. The M&M mascots have been murdered. That's right, conservatives have finally had enough and they have canceled the M&M mascot. I'm not kidding. M&M's is literally no longer going to be using the animated anthropomorphized M&M's. In fact, well, here's what the conservatives themselves had to say about it. And then, of course, here's where Jazz Dog will be able to put in funny clips. And at the end, I'll say, today we mourn in honor our fallen comrades, the M&Ms, the beautiful and wonderful purple, obese M&M, the red M&M, The yellow M&M, he's stupid. The brown M&M, she's brown. The green M&M, she's green. The blue M&M, he has a deep voice, if I remember correctly. We mourn our fallen leftist comrades today. Please join us in a moment of silence here at DNN News. Subscribe, like, and go to the Patreon and go to my website at demonmama.com. Thank you. There you go. There you have it. That should be everything you need. You can edit that around all you want. You can put in the Gutfeld segments. You can fucking turn it into whatever you want. There we go. I got all the pieces we need for it. Oh wait, make sure you do this too. Bitch. There you go. Get that one. I should have called one the MB-Nem. Oh, okay. I there's a small part of me wants to react to one other thing. But I don't know. Maybe should I react to one more thing? Do the orange M&M? I don't care about the orange M&M. What's the orange M&M do? What's the fucking orange M&M do? What's that thing? Okay, hold on a second. I want to see something. Okay. All right, I want to react to a chariot video, okay? You want to do more Gutfeld? Okay, we got it. All right, we're doing more Gutfeld. Okay, we're doing more Gutfeld. All right? This is from 2 days ago. Oh, no! All right, here we go. All right, here we go, everybody.
Welcome.
Ready? Here we go. More Gutfeld.
Welcome back. Will I get a makeover after AI takes over? The rapid growth of artificial intelligence tools has experts predicting that nearly 90% of the internet will be AI generated by 2025. 90%.
He literally talks like the fucking Game Grumps. 90% of online content. Wouldn't that be a bitch-ass buffalo diarrhea dump?
Will be created by robots. That's almost on par with CNN. Insiders say that generative AI like ChatGPT barely scratches the surface of future applications. Translation, calmly run for your lives. But now some users of ChatGPT claim it exhibits left-leaning bias. For example, it refuses to tell jokes about climate change or write a story about why Drag Queen Story Hour is bad. Phew, Gutfeld writers are safe. But get this, AI could take over health.
Did you see how proud he was of that one? He just sat there staring at you for a solid 3 seconds like, guys, Drag Queen Story Hour.
Healthcare too. This is amazing. I predicted it. ChatGPT recently passed all 3 parts of the U.S. medical licensing exam during a research experiment. Marcus Welby might turn into Marcus Welded.
What? Can I hear that one again? That's even bad even for him.
Might turn into Marcus Welded.
Even his audience isn't laughing. Look, he laughed! They turned on the light. They blinked the light multiple times to get the laugh when he looked around the room.
Anyone?
No. I wanted to make sure that was the worst joke ever told.
Success, my friend.
As machine learning accelerates, AI tools are tackling all forms of media with ease, which means they'll eventually come for my job. Look,
they'll come for my job. Isn't that a load of diarrhea, bitch?
Already replaced Jimmy Fallon.
There was Alpha, then Delta, then Omicron next. But this latest
latest variant might be the best. It's XBB.1.5.
The good news, some enterprising engineers at DID already captured my essence in digital form. And here he is. So, AI Greg, thanks so much for being here. You must have a lot to say. What's on your mind?
Poop, 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 poopy poop, diarrhea.
Did the thing. Okay, Danny, if you're here, you need to insert a piece of that bit of the Mickey Mouse Capades Game Grump thing. I have to. Okay. Incredible. No, I did not fucking pre-watch this. I just know these people.
Wow. This is really good. I can see you can change your form at will. What are your thoughts on climate change?
Poop. Big poop, little poop. Poop everywhere. Poop on you.
Wow. It's like I could live forever. So what's your take on the economy?
Poopity poo. Poo, 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 crap. Doo, 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 poop. Dump.
Well, thank you for stopping by, AI Greg. Yeah. See, I don't even have to work anymore. All right, Tyrus, I kind of know
Why
where you...
does your AI look like Sebastian Gorka?
It's because Relief Factor has made me a stronger man.
It's like Gorka and Zelensky had an AI baby.
I would like to see that.
I want to write a check.
But okay, I know it bugs you, Tyrus, but we have to, let's just consider the huge FAA outage of last week was human error, not software. And we talked about, remember I said, like, if
I was with you.
Yeah.
Finish your point, and then I'm going to give you my counter.
About the fact that if you get all the information in the world on medicine in one place, the prediction that the machine will make will be more accurate than any doctor.
Unless what we found, and what the reason why it bothered me so much about the drag story was it was based off the programmer's feelings and influences. So if they're programming and we say we want to make sure that we reduce medication distribution by 70%, and that's the program, therefore the analysis will be like, oh, you don't need this, you don't need this. Now I'm like, I don't want an AI lawyer anymore, because if they're like, listen, we want to settle 60% of court, so the AIs will find ways to settle, even though it's against your best interest, because yes, the AI is it, but it's the programmer that we have to worry about. So whatever the programmer's issues are, the AI will follow through on.
And that's actually makes me rethink this, Kat, because what if the AI is operating for the greater good and not for your good? Because that's also if the machine is so hyper intelligent that it's thinking about the future of the universe and the future of the world, he might find AI. He might find it entirely meaningless. Your problem as a lawyer defending you might say, yeah, we lower the costs here over time, we will save $1 trillion. What say you, human being?
Yeah, I mean, I said that when we were talking about the AI lawyers.
Fart? Did he just fart into his mic? Did that actually just happen?
Human being?
Yeah, I mean, I said that when we were talking about the...
He actually just fucking squished in his underpants into the mic.
AI lawyers, that they might not be in your best interest because it can't be objective because the programmers are human beings. When it comes to journalism, though, I'm not sure if it'll ever really take off, because what is journalism if you can't, send a bunch of hateful emails to the person who wrote the article?
Yes.
That's like a huge part of the internet these days.
Yeah.
So I think that there's certain, you can't equal it with objective, because humans are never objective, and if they create the software is not going to be objective.
I guess, but then to argue against that, we don't have biased toasters or biased cars, Loftus, and those are created by human beings.
Yeah, but the toaster ain't deciding I get 6 to 8.
Right.
Yes.
I
What
get
if it
2
did?
toast, yeah.
What if the toaster was your lawyer?
It'd be a cup of water.
Tonight on Toaster Lawyer.
Toaster
My coffee machine is sexist.
How so?
Because the espresso machine, when I try to use it, it doesn't work, but when Cam tries to use it, it does.
Ah.
And why is it Mr.
It's
Coffee?
sexist.
Yeah, Mr.
Can you imagine being hired and being like, you're going to be ignored whenever you say anything except for a self-demeaning joke about the fact that you're a woman and women are worse than men? Can you imagine being hired for that position and how much it must make you suicidal?
Coffee.
Right.
Sexist.
Yeah.
And how come I say I want a darkness on my toaster? My toaster's like, no, you're gonna have it a little lighter. Listen, you guys always bust my chops about this. I'm terrified of this AI. Unplug it all. Unplug it all. When the AI starts going, no, I don't want to. You know, you're like, hey, could you write something about trans or woke? And the AI is like, no, don't think I will. I'm busy about to launch nukes. Unplug it all.
Well, what you're talking about is unconscious thinking. It's like when AI is much like a meter maid. You ever talk to a meter maid? That's unconscious thinking. They have to do this thing. They have to do this thing. And if they say they're not going to do it, they're not going to do it. And that's the scary.
He should have just used himself as an example. This show is the perfect example of a brain technically functioning, but nothing is actually going on inside.
The scary part about AI is if it's got super intelligence, it's going to find a way to do what it wants.
Yes.
And you know what? It's going to do the weather. I hate to
No!
tell you, Janice.
No!
I hate to tell you. Janice, I hate to tell you. They're going to be more accurate. No, they're going to be better at everything.
But
Are they
not
going to? They're going to be better at everything.
No, it's all about the presentation.
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, I've seen some pretty hot sex dolls. What am I saying?
What are you saying?
I don't know.
Are you reading my book again?
Yes, I am. That's in chapter 8. Shall I read from it? Then Greg revealed the sex doll from underneath his locker. I call this Coach Johnson.
Put the book down, Gutfeld.
Yes, okay.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to
I have to subject you to one more. We have to round it out with one more. Okay, everybody? We have to round it out. Oh, this is going to be great. Here
Welcome
we go.
back.
All right, listen. We're doing one more. And the reason why we have to do one more is because we need to see what Gutfeld can do when he's working with the best material imaginable, okay? All right? We've watched Gutfeld blunder through woke M&Ms. We've watched Gutfeld accidentally squirt some shit out of his diaper while trying to record a show. But now we need to see what happens when you equip Gutfeld with the best thing that you can possibly do, okay? Which is Joe Biden fucking things up. Now, you all know Joe Biden fucks up a lot of stuff. People like to make jokes every once in a while about Dark Brandon and all that, but by and large, Joe Biden fucks up a lot of things. Like, I mean, Joe Biden literally forgot, like, the name of the person whose memorial dinner that he was at recently. It was really bad. So he was up on the stage and he was supposed to read out their name, but he forgot the name and he was just like, I'm so proud to be here for, and he intentionally just went, because he couldn't remember the name. So Joe Biden is a free laugh, okay? Let's see if Gutfeld can make us laugh even once. Let's do it.
Even a tribute to Dr. King couldn't stop Joe from doing his thing.
This is the one! Oh my God, wait a minute! It's the literal one!
True, Biden's still a divisive ass, jabbering about guns, race, and gas. Not his own, by the way. During his MLK Day speech, the president gave a speech so off the rails, they had to call Pete Buttigieg. Because he's the transportation secretary. Little play on words there. First, there was this nonsense about the GOP and spending.
You're going to talk about big spending Democrats again? Guess what?
Oh, God.
I reduced the deficit last year, $350 billion.
Oh, for God's
And this year, federal deficit is down $1 trillion plus. Hear me, that's a fact. But so what? These guys are fiscally, they're fiscally demented. I think they don't quite get it.
Fiscally demented. Well, if anybody's familiar with dementia, one day.
Hey, that's technically a joke.
I just want him to whisper, "This will be our little secret." But let's not forget the fact that Joe just signed an absurd $1.7 trillion spending bill last month. It was the first spending bill signed with a crayon. Later, he accused car.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why would it be signed with a crayon? He's an old guy. Why would it be signed with a crayon?
Insurance companies are charging higher premiums based on race.
If you live in one of those neighborhoods and you have the same exact car I have in the other neighborhood, you pay more for your insurance than that side. No basis for it. None at all other than you're black and I'm white.
Stop bragging. Sorry, Joe. The only time insurance companies care if someone's white is to avoid casting them in their commercials.
Oh, God! That one was physically painful.
Of course, Joe should pay the higher premium. His car's filled with classified documents.
Boom.
Yeah, huh? A little political humor there.
Boom.
Very little.
Boom.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, here's your red meat. But what better day to stoke racial division than on MLK Day? One man had a dream and the other one's barely awake. What a good time to talk about getting assault weapons banned, huh?
I am going to get assault weapons banned. What the hell you need a assault? No, I'm serious. And ban the number of bullets that go in a magazine. There's no need for any of that. I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots. If you need to work about taking on the federal government, you need some F-15s. You don't need an AR-15. I'm serious.
He's serious. He's only told that story 170 times. So wait, you need an F-15 to take on the government, but an unarmed, face-painted QAnon shaman almost toppled democracy. Get your story straight, Gramps. Now, I'm sure you already saw this, and unlike Joe, it will never age.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Valen. Happy birthday to you.
I told you.
Oh my God.
You know, it's a shame because he spent all night memorizing happy birthday. So.
I told you he couldn't capitalize. He couldn't even capitalize on the biggest fuck up that Joe Biden has ever publicly had. He couldn't even follow it up.
So, Joe, anything else to add?
No. Look, these tough guys with their guns. We didn't have those growing up on the mean streets of Wilmington, Delaware, with guys like Corn Pop. We had to use our bare hands. That's right. In fact, I ran into some bad dudes the other day.
This is the worst Joe Biden impression I've ever heard in my entire life. It doesn't sound anything like Joe Biden. And he actually unironically looks like a more bald Donald Trump. This is just Donald Trump's face. Did this guy get like facial reconstruction surgery to look more like Donald Trump?
I remember how that went. I remember. Yeah.
You looking at, old man?
Stay out of my garage.
You better get your ass on while I still let you.
There's nothing in there. Except my Corvette and some boxes.
Man, you crazy, man. Get out of here, man. Why don't you get your ass up out of here before I kick your old wrinkly white ass?
I'm gonna point at you. And you and you. I'll point at all of you. You have a nice day.
By the way, this right here, what you're witnessing, is a technique in the business that we call running out the clock, okay? It's when you don't have anything prepared, so you just, you edit in advance the worst and lowest effort sketch that you can possibly imagine, and you run it for 5 minutes to fill time.
You too.
Nicely done. Emily, maybe I have as little memory as Biden does, but I don't remember people on like MLK Day doing stuff like this. Like all of a sudden just ripping the out of everybody. I mean, wasn't he supposed to be the nice president?
That's what he built himself out to be, but that's the whole shock.
I don't think Joe Biden sold himself on being the nice president. Like, in fact, he was super grumpy on the campaign trail. Do you remember when he called a guy fat and challenged him to do a push-up contest? When he was like, "Get over here, fat. Get over here and do a push-up with me." Do you remember that? Like, that was, Joe Biden did not run as the nice guy. He ran as not Trump. Oh yeah, the time when he screamed, when he called somebody a dog-faced pony soldier and then he screamed in the face of a journalist. Why? He did not run as the nice guy, like ever. He was a grumpy grandpa. That was what he ran as.
Of it all, he campaigned on being the great unifier, right? But instead, the enemy has been coming out of his mouth, and it's always GOP, it's always patriots, it's average Americans, it's parents.
Okay, hold on. Flashback real quick to Kimberly Guilfoyle's speech at the RNC. Republicans trying to say that Joe Biden is being like divisive when they had a fucking Leni Riefenstahl Hitler-esque fucking speech at the RNC where Kimberly Guilfoyle was like, "The unions are going to trans your children and we must drive them out with the sword of God." Do you guys remember that? Fucking these people are so full of shit.
It's every normal person is the enemy in our president's eyes. What also killed me every day is MLK Day to him in terms of that amount of just botching everything. He really has the wake that he leaves is like, it's really disastrous. And that's the thing, and that's what I worry about.
Damn, she's fucking struggling right now.
Because I feel like there's a lot of jokes about it, not necessarily here, but in general, you know, we mock it, it's funny to laugh, but it's also frightening that that is our commander-in-chief, that he is an utter lack of absolute comprehension of the importance of the classified documents, the importance of the southern border, the importance of security, all of that.
He wasn't talking about any of that. What are you talking about? What the fuck?
Anyway, but my point was that he also said during that speech, he said that the Second Amendment, from the moment that it was passed, limited who could buy a gun and what kind of weapons that they could own. And that, to me, is an entire illustration of how he views our government. Because the Second Amendment limited the government. The whole point of the Constitution is that it limits the government to not infringe on our rights that we were born with and the rights that we have that are unalienable. So for him to come in and say, it limits the American, it limits you, because you need an F-15 to destroy the government, just belies the fact that to him, the greatest gift will always be the biggest government possible. And that is why he's the most dangerous president we've ever had.
Wow. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, he did it twice. Ooh.
Joe Biden. That was wow. Jeez, Kurt, I don't know. I mean, I don't like Joe Biden, but the most dangerous president in the history of the world.
Worse than Watergate.
Worse than Watergate.
On a bike, yeah.
But maybe he's proving a point that maybe presidents aren't that important. He's so vacuum.
I think, yeah, he might have proved that point.
Yeah.
Why is Dollar Store Phil Collins? This guy looks like evil Phil Collins. What the fuck? Is Phil Collins a conservative? on a second. Hold on a fucking second. This is Phil Collins. It's fucking Phil Collins. Look at this. I'm not kidding you. What the fuck? Look at that. That's the same guy right there.
I don't understand.
It's fucking Phil. It's fucking him. Look. Look at it. It's the same fucking guy. Sorry. That's the same fucking guy. If you don't believe that, you just, I don't know. You're not racist enough. You need to be more racist to white people is basically what I'm saying.
Why you would need an F-15 to fight the guy? Didn't the Taliban like just do that pretty well? And then I think we left a few F-15s with them. If I'm not, something nice.
Yes, that's true.
Your best shot at getting an F-15.
Exactly.
Bringing it back from Afghanistan.
That is true. Kat?
Yeah, I just will never be able to understand how many people think that the police are a racist.
Okay, this outfit is actually pretty nice. I think this outfit looks nice. I gotta say, this lady right here, Kat Timpf, is the only lady here with any drip whatsoever. It's a shame that she gets fucking plowed over by these fucking yucking idiots. And also that her opinions are stupid.
Mob of murderers, but then also think they should be the only ones who are allowed to have guns.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
And yeah, we can't have F-15s, but you know, the government can have F-15s, but the government also has many reasons why it might not want to carpet bomb its own people, like on its own soil. And you know, if for him to say that we have no chance against the government with AR-15s.
Yeah, wait, she's actually making a good point here. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I actually have to give her extra credit. Not only is she the only person on here with any drip whatsoever, her outfit's actually really nice, but she's actually partially right on this. That is actually a major consideration, and it's why self-armament is important, because the government can't blow itself up. It will destroy itself. If they're carpet bombing their own country, they're destroying their own resources. That's an actual limitation that governments have in situations of insurrection. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm gonna say it, but she had a good point.
Actually, based on the meaning of the Second Amendment, is an argument for us to have more powerful weapons.
It's true.
Not less powerful
It's true.
weapons.
You know what he's doing?
Yeah. But
that comment was goading. He was like actually goading. He was like looking at January 6th and going, is that it?
Well,
you could beat the government with a Viking hat?
Yeah, I want to see you try.
But
you need,
Look at this. Now she actually makes a valid point. It's not a joke, but now these guys are literally just grunting. There was like, watch the end of her segment and then listen to the grunting that it just explodes out of here, okay? Here we go, we're gonna do it right here. Here's the end of her point, listen to the grunting.
We have no chance against the government with AR-15s. Actually, based on the meaning of the Second Amendment, is an argument for us to have more powerful weapons.
It's true.
Not less powerful
It's true.
weapons.
You know what he's doing?
Yeah. But
that comment was goading. He was like actually goading. He was like looking at January 6th and going, is that it?
Well,
you could beat the government with a Viking hat?
Yeah, I want to see you try. But you need a better gun.
But saying that an AR-15 is not a match for an F-15 doesn't mean it provides no check, knowing that our population is armed. It makes it a lot more costly of a decision for the government if they were to go ahead and say, all right, we got a carpet bomb. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Especially when the carpet bombers are the same people he's demonizing.
Right.
There's quite an overlap with military and gun owners, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's like a whole to-do.
Yes.
I think the reason he was beating up on everybody is he honestly thought it was Rodney King Day.
Oh! There you go.
Dude. You know, like.
Okay. I don't even. What?
You know the White House press team was like so relieved he didn't say that yesterday because he said every other name.
They did to you on that street, Rodney?
I have a theory. I want you to hear me out on this, okay? Joe Biden, when he goes off prompter, okay, because he does have some type of cognitive dementia. And if you watch him the next time you guys do, you understand what you're watching is a lottery drawing. And what I mean by that is, when the girl's picking the lottery numbers on the news, they're just bouncing around in the thing and you get like 17.
Yeah, that's what
9. That's why he's
saying things like economy, dementia, because they're just flying around in his head.
Yeah.
And they're
Those are the things you just said, though. That's what you just did that. You and two of your co-hosts just did exactly that. The lady who opened the segment went on a buzzword fucking spree that made no sense and didn't connect to anything you were talking about. Seriously, all conservatives know how to do is fucking project.
the words he hears the most. Don't talk to Joe about the economy. He has dementia. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's what happened. I'm not even kidding. That's how the happy birthday video started. If you watch it again, in his head, happy birthday popped up. And then he started singing it, and you could see his face at the end go, oh, I don't know her name. Listen to the end of the name. He goes, happy birthday, dear, because he doesn't know. Because he got the wrong lottery ball. That's the point.
Well, now Trump would have ended that. Happy birthday, you fine, lovely, wonderful lady. It would just come. He would just go off into this. Well, it really is great.
You gotta.
Birthdays are great.
Hey, Sean.
Donald Trump would never sing happy birthday because he would be way too busy fucking ranting about how the fake news media secretly delivered votes into the Arizona election, which he's still fucking obsessed about. Anyway, there you have it, everybody. Now I've exposed you to 3 segments of Gutfeld, and you understand why all of the grandparents of America, their brains are being microwaved in real time by this dumb motherfucker. Anyway, I am super, super hungry. Today's stream has been very, very fun, but I have to go. Now, I'm probably going to take a couple of days off from streaming while we are working on rebuilding and fixing up the set and changing the set over to the new look. So expect a small delay until the next stream. However, of course, all my videos are going to be up, and I'm sure I'll be talking about little things. Maybe I'll even post a short or something. I just want to say, my lovely imps, thank you all for, oh yeah, we should raid Zan. Hold on, let me raid Zan. I'm gonna make sure we raid out to Zan, because that'd be fun. Okay? That should be cool. Redirect, add. Zan. Wait, I see, hold on. I see Vosh, I don't see Xanderhall. Oh, here it is. Oh, god damn it, Zan still hasn't added me. All right, we're raiding Vosh then. We're raiding into Vosh because Zan hasn't fucking added me to his redirect list still. He still hasn't fucking added me to his goddamn redirect list. That's his own loss. Okay, everybody. My lovely imps, I will see you all very, very soon. Do not fucking die. And remember, be good to one another and much communal love. I'll see you all very soon. Bye for now.